never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness. A reflection of the emptiness, hilarious. You think you're worth my time, you're delirious, mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior, inferior. You know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got
Good evening, race fans. The wait is finally over. Sunday Night NASCAR tonight kicks off their 2025 campaign as we're, as always, kick it off in the Big House live from Daytona. So strap in, make sure grandma's got ready of kernel-free popcorn as it's time to get rowdy. After all, the nighttime is the right time for SNN in primetime. Up in the booth tonight, myself, Matt Metler at the helm. Alongside me for the call, development broadcaster DJ Daniel, and making a surprise special guest appearance for one night only, the man that dominated the airwaves, all things SNN, giving us 3 years of his life. Dave, thank you so much for joining me up here in the booth, as it's only fitting to give you the proper send-off that you deserve, my friend.
Matt, listen, I appreciate the time that you're giving tonight. Of course, when I saw your text come in, I couldn't resist but come over and say hello to all of the fans out there watching on YouTube. I want to thank each and every one of you for checking in. Amanda Price, and of course, everybody who's watching every one of the, that's just the first name that comes to mind. Of course, Mama Mac McConville, as I see Mikey's here in the 8 machine tonight out of South Jersey. I want to thank all of you because without y'all, there would have been no reason for me to come into work every Sunday night, every Monday night, and every Tuesday night. Of course, I also want to thank the late and great Tony Trapasso, because without him, I wouldn't sit here in this booth. I wouldn't be here with you, Matt. And the love that I have developed for our sport here on iRacing.com is genuine. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't tip my helmet and my microphone a little bit here to, of course, the great Chris Claude, who's the chief cook and bottle washer of all things SNN here. And, it all started with an iRacing request over there for the truck series. And next thing you know, I was in all 3 divisions and then eventually here in the broadcast booth. And without these guys here, this is ground level for me. And I just want to tell all of you how much I love you, how much I miss you. And although that I've been called elsewhere on Sunday nights, you can, of course, catch me over on the Sim Racing Media platform over on YouTube, but I would prefer that if you're watching SNN here with Matt Metler, that you're going to stay right here with Matt Metler.
Dave, I'll tell you what, man, it's tough to do this race without you, and we appreciate everything that you've done for us, for me up here in this booth. I have learned so much from you with all that time spent under your watch in the booth, and you mentioned Tony, and as you know, I spent a lot of time with him as well, and we both miss him and wish we could have those days back, but at least we have those memories, and those carry us for a lifetime, and that's why we're up here in the booth carrying the torch for him, and big part of the reason why you continue to do what you do as well on the SRM side of things. We wish you the best in all your future endeavors, and hopefully, time permitting, when you have a chance to come in and say hello, We'll always take time and have a seat open for you with the headset ready for you whenever you have that time. Appreciate you stopping in. Before you get, excuse me here, just a little emotional. Before I cut you loose, brother, who's your pick for tonight? Who do you think is going to take it to the house? Race 1 here this evening.
Man, you know how it always is for me. It's Sean Rogers there in the 44. You keep an eye on him. You can keep the best out of McAdoo, Pennsylvania's John Wilco back there in the 62. You tell those drivers I'm watching them. But I want to say one thing. Tonight, as I sign off for the very final time from SNN, I want all of you to know that every time you wipe the visor and adjust the 5-point safety harness, and you go ahead and grab your popcorn and your honey buns and settle in, just know that Tony Trapasso rides with you. And tomorrow and every day as you walk down the road of life, please don't play in traffic. I'll see you all later.
I couldn't have think of a better way to make my final statement on the airwaves here in SNN. Dave, thank you so much for joining us here this evening to kick this broadcast off, as it meant the world to me. I know all the drivers, the fans, the viewers, everyone who has built a relationship with you over your course and dedication to all things SNN related. Have a great call tonight, and I hope to be speaking with you again really soon, my friend. As Dave now goes on to call a race on Sim Racing Media, make sure you show him some love. Stop by his broadcast as well this evening. And DJ Daniel, how are you tonight, my friend? Don't want to forget about you.
What's happening?
I'll tell you what is happening. Sunday night NASCAR is back under the lights in prime time. The best sim racing show on Sunday night without question. It is about to get rowdy because we're here in the big house here this evening. Currently on the pole, Tane Hodison in the 45 ride. Let's go ahead and throw up that ticker so everyone can follow along. Not that one, this one. Thank you. Go ahead and throw the lap times up there as well. Best lap of a 49.55. And with just 2 ticks left on the clock, I'm going to say that's going to give Tane Hodison the hot lap and the hot hand here, as he's going to have the trigger when we take the initial green flag moments from now, as these drivers will now go into a warm-up session. They're going to have 5 minutes to make final adjustments to their vehicles before we get set, ready to rock and roll behind that iRacing.com pace car. Because we wanted to give Dave Regal the time he deserved and a chance to speak with you guys, we cut into coverage just a little bit early. So we're going to step aside, and we'll be back here in a couple minutes to go the distance right here on Redline Racing Network. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over facts over tracks.
Race fans, good evening and welcome back to Daytona Beach, Florida. Oh, the weather may be outside frightful here in real life, but not here in the sim world. It is picturesque, beautiful, and primed for high-flying, high-octane racing action as we now join coverage for tonight's competition. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going the distance, taking a quick peek at the youtube.com live chat. It's great to see all of you guys back. Amanda Price, we know who you're rooting for. Sean Rogers in the 44. Smoked Rat checking in the house. Longhorns as well. Sound off. Let us know who you're rooting for. We'll shout you out here on the broadcast and get your driver some extra screen time as well over the course of this race this evening. As we now send it down trackside, DJ, is this field going to get racked and stacked, ready to rock and roll here to kick off the 2025 campaign behind that iRacing.com pace car. 40 cars going to take the initial green flag. And DJ, as you know, plate racing, the great equalizer. If you put a car out there on the racetrack, you have as good of a chance to win as anyone else out there. I consider you a plate track ace and expert. What is it going to take to survive and be alive and put your car in victory lane?
It's gonna take a lot of patience, a lot of patience, and a lot of patience.
So patience.
200 laps, 500 miles around this big old racetrack. Well, we're gonna find out who's gonna be there at the end.
We certainly will, as Dave always said, from the green flag to the checkered flag, and that's the goal. That's what we're gonna do, and try to make him proud as that field begins to roll now for the first time here. The excitement, the return, everything you do in the offseason now leads up to this. Starting there on the pole, Tane Hodison in the 45 ride. He is going to be your pole sitter. Outside of him, rocking the 81 out of Westminster, Maryland. That's going to be Ryan Samuelson. In third, from Beast Mode Performance, the Michigan man, Sean Rockin' Rogers in that third place position, while Dylan Banks is going to start there outside of him to make up row number two. Gavaja Hot Dog Holt, the longtime veteran, going to roll off fifth here, while Chris Custer in the 66, you guessed it, going to roll off sixth. Paul Hill, another 6 on the board, is going to line up here, P7, while Eric Popino is going to line up outside of him from Newport News, Virginia. Rolling off ninth, it's going to be Rob Besaw, I believe a new up-and-coming star here in the series. Well, Seabiscuit, Mr. Chris Davis, another beast mode entry, going to be rolling off in that 11th place position. Dalton Mobley, going to roll off 13th. Ron Fitting, going to start in that 14th place position. Logan Giesbrecht, he's back out of Ontario, Canada. Going to round out your top 15. John Crow Sr. at the helm in the Toyota, good for that 16th place starting position. While Tyler Hunter out of Canton, Ohio, going to roll off in 17th. Cody McCorkle, John Crawford, Chris Claude, the HMFIC, going to round out your top 20. Then some familiar faces of Aaron Mack, Diego Rodriguez, Michael Witt, one of my favorites, Matt Mackin, going to roll off here 24th and 25th as we send it now down trackside as they get ready to get rid of that iRacing.com pace car. As we patiently await him to turn down pit rows, there he goes. Here we go. It's time to wipe the dust, kick the clutch, hope that rear end doesn't bust. Boogity, 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 green flag in the air, and those glorious V8s come roaring to life here in prime time. Let's get down to the boogie. DJ, we are live, baby. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'd say for about this first 10 laps, we're really going to find out the kind of cars that these boys got. I like to think on plate tracks, you go for the first 10 or 15 laps, you see what you got, and then you back off and you try to save some fuel.
We're going to see if these guys do exactly that as we're getting up to speed here for the first time. And look at this side-by-side drag racing. The high side doing it a little bit better is Samuelson. Going to take that TRD-powered machine down to the bottom lane as he's going to command the early going here as it's still 2 lanes of side-by-side fast and furious action. Dylan Banks now being shown as the leader. The Camaro on the top shelf of the racetrack is going to lead lap 1. Up to speed. Look at that outside lane, really getting the momentum. And as Dave Regal would say, the shovel already being deployed early here. And if you don't know what the shovel is, that's basically when you use the outside lane as a conveyor belt to the front and you abandon your battle buddy, your dance partner, and leave them hanging on the top side as you advance onto the bottom lane. And that's something I think, DJ, that I know myself out there on the racetrack, and other drivers are going to take note of that later on in the race. They're going to remember who stuck with them and who didn't. So it all comes back even to now as you're on lap 2. Everything you do out there over the course of these 200 laps, these drivers are going to remember as Paul Hill now gives a nice shot to the back of that Chevrolet as that top lane still holds tough. Camaro, Chevrolet on Chevrolet action here at the point. Already making some big moves here in the early going. Chris Davis up 5 spots in that 7th place position in that 74 machine. Great looking paint scheme on his car. Look for him to be FAST fast this evening. New hot lap goes to Johannes in the 78, who's just cracked the top 10, up 6 positions. DJ, what are your thoughts here in the early going? Do you like the way that everyone's behaving here at the front of this thing?
Yeah, I like to see racing. They're being aggressive to fire off here.
Yeah, that's what I love about these series. These guys don't play around. Even when they're riding, they're still out there learning. You know, from the drop of the green flag, they're going to be seeing how long it takes to generate these runs, who their car works good with, who they don't. And then,
look how well that 6 car pushes. Keep that noted.
Oh, Paul Hill is a beast of a pusher in that number 6 machine. In fact, there's a lot of studs throughout the course of this field. But Paul Hill, don't know if he has the Dent Slayer paint scheme on that car tonight. No, looks like he has a throwback. That 6-foot reminiscent of Mark Martin. But nonetheless, it is still the mean, lean machine inside the cockpit of that race car. A little bit of separation on that top shelf of the racetrack because Chris Davis has hit the afterburner. And look at him. Give Chris Custer a shove here. They're going to challenge for the lead. What do you say, DJ? Let's send it down. Trackside for the first time. Let's jump on board with the 74. I don't know. What do you think, DJ? Does it get any better than this? Speeds of almost 200 miles an hour as he has given the business to that Mustang in front of him. I mean, that view says it all. He got a face full of diffuser.
There's a reason they call this a Great American Race. You can hear the bald eagles just screaming.
Yes, you can. As Cletus McFarland also made his NASCAR or ARCA debut, and what a shot they're giving. Big time draft and already, or big time hits already being laid out there on the racetrack. But, you know, not only is Cletus a great driver, quickly, we'll talk about this for a moment, but NASCAR needs a spark, you know, that character, that, you know, that type of, that flavor, if you will, was almost reminded me of a real-life Ricky Bobby Talladega Nights 2.0, and the numbers he was able to generate for that ARCA race was absolutely insane. And someone over at Fox was smart. You know, not only did he give a great interview, they got him up in the booth. NASCAR hooked him up with some onboard cameras. So hopefully we'll see Cletus some more as Chris Davis continues to stay committed to that high side of the racetrack, top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. He has fallen back outside of the top 10, DJ, as he currently sits in that 12th place position.
Yeah, the majority of our cars that went to the bottom here, that's not good. I think everybody, like I said, they were going to go for the first about 10 or 15 laps, and then they're going to settle in and strap in for the long run.
Yep, you started the race, right? You got to send it. I mean, you've been waiting months to get back out on the racetrack, and then the reality kind of sets in. Hey, we have 200 laps around this place until we determine a winner. You got to survive and be alive. You can't win it on lap one. And you're right, we'll definitely see this kind of transition to a point in time where a lot of these drivers are just going to ride and try to chew off those laps. However, a lot still can happen out there on the racetrack, especially green flag pit stops. We've seen, DJ, over the course of this week, how critical and how important those continue to be here. Everyone given some moderate spacing here on the bottom lane is that Hornet's Nest right now, right around Dalton Mobley there in that number 2 machine, who's currently in that 12th place position. Oh, big time move there. Somebody just threw it on a blind prayer from the top shelf of the racetrack to the bottom.
You don't want to lose that track position. That's why he's trying to get in line, but you got to be careful.
Exactly.
We're not 10 laps in yet. You don't want to end your race now.
Jonas.
I would hate to wreck my car and have to sit in the pits and go to bed tonight and wonder, you know, what if I didn't do that?
I'll tell you
there at the end.
Exactly. And to that point, Johannes there in the 78 Chevrolet, I mean, he stuffed it down there right in front of that monster Toyota Camry, and I don't think he realized just how much room he didn't have. I wouldn't want to do that again in the early going. It worked well that time, but DJ, as you know, oftentimes, pushing gone wrong as there's a bottleneck there. Cars getting tapped from behind, from the rear. Everyone keeps it straight, though. DJ, that was...
That's back to your point earlier, man, at the beginning. You don't want to start making enemies now.
No, you don't. I just don't think the 78 realized that that space he thought that he had was gone. And, you know, that's kind of a byproduct, too, of this next-gen car, especially with this most recent update. When you generate a run or you get momentum, I mean, you accelerate quickly, and it doesn't take long, you know, if you pull out, let's say, changing a lane, or in this case, you know, sliding down from the top shelf of the racetrack, when you break that draft, you do scrub off a decent amount of speed, and that combined with the run on the bottom lane, you know, that hole is maybe there for a split moment. By the time you put the mass of your race car in there, it may not fit, and it could trigger bad things to come on the racetrack, but no harm, no foul. This tail group may be in jeopardy now of losing that lead pack as this next gen. DJ, what, 5-6 tenths of a second, you pretty much lost it.
I'd like to think it's a little further back, but yeah, if you're not at speed, definitely 5 or 6 tenths. It's so easy to lose the draft with these cars.
Send it now down trackside to the 78 who currently leads that second group of race cars. Now you have the top 20 in your lead pack, and you can see just how quickly Group A is exiting, or walking away from this pack, I should say. The 78 last time by ran a lap of 46.89. And guess what? All the cars that are in that primary group are in the 45.70 range. So these guys are going to have to really team up here and start to get to work. However, we got a long way to go, DJ. Really no reason to force the issue right now to get back up there. However, depending how these trends of the race go, you don't want to put yourself in too deep of a hole here early, as we now send it back up to the point where Chris Custer and Paul Hill lead the charge, as we now write lap number 13 into the history books from Daytona, DJ.
Yeah, I'm, after how aggressive these guys are, I'm actually kind of surprised to see them single file now. Got 5 cars on the top, back there, 20 cars back, and the rest of them are single file.
Yeah, how quickly the complexion and how just the face of this race has changed over the course of a couple laps. You're absolutely right, and I attribute that to the veteran drivers out here on the racetrack. They know what the bigger goal is here, and while it's easy and you want to go out there and race, I love coming to these racetracks, as you know, DJ. I have Daytona and Talladega circled on my calendar, as we have already one car going a lap down. And just look at the speed difference. And he's doing the right thing, keeping it high and dry out of the way. First 3 wide action on the evening, and he's going to literally touch the fence, doing his part to keep that Chevrolet from impeding anyone out there in that lead draft. And it's very unfortunate. However, I believe that was Rich Jet in the 77. Godzilla's got new colors. Is unfortunately the 77 going to go a lap down here early. Caution.
Oh, we got a yellow.
Yellow flag out on the racetrack. Oh, man, Keith Long, Aaron Mack, Tanner Marty. Let's go ahead and send it back to the instant replay and see what happened.
Is that back there in that second pack?
Going to be right around that hornet's nest we were just talking about moments ago.
Oh, no! That's a lot of good cars in that wreck.
Yeah, this is not how you want to start things off here, folks. Brace yourself. We're going to go ahead and roll playback. Oh,
that was back there in the second pack.
It was a squeeze job gone wrong. The 31 thought he had room and he couldn't fit it, and he made everyone else eat it. A rare...
Oh, man, that sucks.
Oh, a rare mistake. Oh, you hate to see this. And again, DJ, no fast repairs in this league. So we rewind it with the flux capacitor here.
Look at this shot the 24 took.
This is big. And Chris Claude, I'll tell you what, Chris Claude doing Chris Claude type things. He is usually in it or performing miracles to stay out of it. He's going to get a big push here. I mean, look how that 10 car is already reacting as we send it on board now with Claude. Or with Mac, I should say, excuse me. Going to go ahead and I mean, that shot was so hard, he got sent down the racetrack. Now, as we take a look back here, watch what unfolds now. You see the back of that car start to step out. He is pointed in the wrong direction with going straight towards the fence. Squeezes 2 cars into the top shelf of the racetrack against the fence, and it is game on from there. And all the escape routes, DJ, they plug up quick, fast, and in a hurry. The 24 goes up there and just bonsais the safer barrier. Rear end lifts off the ground.
That's what I was saying. That was a lick. That's probably his race.
Unfortunately, It probably is. There's no fast repairs. You don't have that ace, that wild card in your back pocket. If you wreck it, that is it. Game over. Well, not what some of these drivers, or anyone for that matter, wants to see, especially here, race 1 at Daytona. So we now cycle it back to the live side of things. There comes Rick Jett down pit road. The 24 there as well. Obviously, some of these cars are going to have lengthy, extensive repairs here. As mayhem erupts for the first caution on incident on the evening. Dylan Banks is going to currently shine as your leader. Paul Hill just behind him, pushing, doing big things here early in second. Chris Custer in third. Ryan Samuelson holds on to that 4th place position, while Eric Papineau rounds out your top 5. Lights out on that they are still on that pace car. Spoke too soon.
I was just about to say, you're getting a little antsy here.
I want those lights out on the pace car. You're darn right, buddy. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek again in at the weather. Absolutely picturesque for this time of the year. Almost 1,500 sim time to be specific. 14:48 or 2:48 p.m. Winds, it is a breezy one. Currently steady at 12 miles an hour. Could be gusting 14 to 15 at times out of the west. And that could play a factor into the turns 3 and 4 complex. That invisible force these drivers can't see. 79 degrees ambient air temperature, 52% water drain. Overcast skies, not allowing that sun to peek through, helping the track temp.
Something just happened on the bottom.
We got shots, fireworks going off here under caution.
I'm not sure what happened. It looked like the 66 might have stalled. And it just stacked the bottom up.
I am desperately looking for a 66 in timing and scoring here.
Chris Custer.
Thank you. I appreciate that, brother. Chris Custer in that 3rd place position, so all the way up here towards the front.
He might have stalled it there. And then he gets run into.
Well, let's use the powers that be here, as this is not going to register an incident. So we don't have a black box to just go back to automatically here. So let's take manual control, and I hate going VHS mode here, but try to see if we can figure out what happened here really quick. Keeping your eye on that 66. Everything looks all right there, DJ, but I take your word for it, and I could see how that bottom lane was kind of out of sorts. Keep an eye on that for right now. I'm not seeing any major damage or really anything that looks off for the 66. Is there that iRacing.com pace car goes? DJ, take us back to green, brother. Green flag in the air, working lap 19 of the 200. Back on the loud pedal and back to the green flag side of things here at the big house. It's a...
I wasn't even live, my bad.
Hey,
my camera was not live.
It's not a problem, DJ. It happens to the best of us, man. I appreciate...
Now I'm live.
I appreciate you being up here, giving me some help and support. It is tough covering 100%er by yourself, let alone 2 of them in one day. And I thank you very much for your time and effort. As Paul Hill getting right back to it, giving the business. Once again, dishing it out.
I told you to keep an eye on that 6 car, man. He is giving some monster pushes. Excuse me.
Yeah, the lead
Whoa,
main.
he's going to go to the bottom.
Oh, look at
Whoa,
this.
Look at the block.
I told you you'd like these guys. They know how to put on a good show. Paul,
They are being aggressive.
well, 20 laps currently on the board. There, we do have stage racing. The stages are active here tonight, and those points are important, ladies and gentlemen. So as we get closer to these stages.
Wow, look at the push. Look at the tandem. I told you, look at that 6-car, man. That is a fast hot rod.
Yeah, he's got that thing set to kill right now. Looks like 1,000 horsepower and a 200 shot of nitrous. The moment that Camaro of Paul Hill welds itself to the leader. And there he goes right back at it. Full send. You know, DJ, I got to ask, pick your brain here for a moment. How do you feel about showing that ability or showing that hand here in the early going? Do you think that hurts you later on in the race, or if your car is just that good, doesn't matter? They're not going to have an answer for it.
I think it's going to help you, if anything, because if you're trying to make a move on the last lap, people know you can push. They're going to go with you, or they're going to drop down in front of you and hand them out with them and set them up to make a move, in my opinion.
See, that's how I look at it, too, and other people may beg to differ, and there's, you know, for that matter, a lot of different ways you can attack plate racing. You know, some guys are dead set, hey, if you got the speed, well, I'm going to start up front, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep it there. Right where Dylan Banks is right now. Others, they like to be in the rear with the gear, as the inevitable big one is not a question of if, it's a question of when, to give them a fighting chance, but sometimes the big one can pop off in the back. I mean, I think it's really a lottery, you know, a 50-50 shot, if you will. But speaking of shots, I mean, Paul Hill has just been beast mode here in the early going, as it's Dylan Banks, Paul Hill, Ryan Samuelson, your top three. Then you have the battle of the Chris's. You got Chris Custer in the 66 and Biscuit Chris Davis in the 74, up 7 spots. Matty Cox in the 32, up 20-0 positions inside the top 10. Cody McCorkle making some noise as well in the 82, currently residing in 7th. Mike McConville up 19. I see you, Mike. Then Rob and Eric Popino going to round out the top 10. Oh, here we go. We just played Donkey Kong. 2 cars just pulverized the snot out of each other. And that's going to throw the caution flag on the racetrack. As I just caught it momentarily there. Quick glance in the right-hand corner of the screen before. Sometimes you wish you can just take control of those cameras a little bit faster and keep it right there. That's going to throw another yellow here. It looks like Dalton Mobley may have been involved, and so is Rafael Rodriguez. Oh, yeah, you can see the two. That's... You can't park there.
Checking out for the pace car on the backstretch.
Was this a three-way gone bad, or a three-wide gone bad, I should say? Go there. Let's jump on board. I think this will give us the best insight as to what went wrong here. Oh. Popped off right in front of him. Didn't even have any time to react. And then he gets Captain Crunched as the two helplessly slides down the banking with a face full of that beautiful Ford Mustang. Dalton Mobley involved. There's Rafael Rodriguez. And I think this was all part of a checkup or something that started because of that 3-wide situation. Let's roll it back just a little bit further here. Send it up to the eye in the sky. See what the chopper picked up.
Oh, the bottom lane just stopped.
Yeah, what? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Why did the bottom lane just come to a screeching halt like that? That's why you got cars pinballing off of each other. Some of these guys will have a couple dents and bruises. They'll be able to continue on. However, Mobley is going to have some moderate damage here, and a similar story there for Rodriguez.
Oh, the 95 of John Crow might have been all right. He just got pile driven. Yeah,
he caught a tomahawk missile to the face. is John Crow in the pits.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take that one to the garage.
Yeah, that
Definitely had a broken toe link. He would have been okay.
woulda, coulda, shoulda. And, you know, DJ, as I always say, as magical as this place is, it also has a dark side that can come along with it. And there you're seeing part of the ugly things that can happen at Daytona. And very unfortunate for John Crow Sr. as that car looked fast, great-looking paint scheme.
Oh. The 2 car gets caught up in it as well.
Yep, that's going to be the 2 of Mobley. 2 car got caught up in it. I think it could have been worse there if those drivers didn't take evasive action, and the situational awareness displayed there is now we get reshuffled and reset. It's still Dylan Banks commanding the field here with help from Paul Hill, Ryan Samuelson. Kind of a mixed bag of manufacturers here at the front of this piece. Then you got the Davis boys and their Toyota for Chris Davis, and then Chris Custer, or excuse me, the Chris boys. The Davis, they have 2 different last names, so my fault there. Matt Cox silently up 20 positions in that 32 machine. We're going to restart.
We've seen the 6 cars fast, but we've seen them pushing the whole time. How fast can you be being pushed? How fast is that car really?
Well, DJ, you bring up a great point. Just because you have a car that's great tucked in behind somebody doesn't necessarily mean it still has that kind of speed when it's out front. You would think it would, but depending on how that car is tuned, or perhaps just how it's set up to that driver's liking, it may not be as quick out front leading the charge. You're absolutely right, but it's something we're going to have to keep an eye on as the 8 car now comes back into the picture of Mike McConville, having a great run here in the early going as well. Tell you what do you think of these paint schemes on display here tonight, DJ? All these cars are absolutely gorgeous. I mean, from the front to the back. Keeping my eye on Chris Claude as well here this evening. You can see him in the Monster Energy colors. Top shelf of the racetrack. We'll monitor his progress tonight, as we always do. Head cook, chief, and bottle washer, as Dave and Tony often called him, and we're going to stick with it. Lights out. That iRacing.com pace car. Let's get back to the live action. Pace car sends it down pit road. Barney's got that green flag in his hand, and he's going to send it in the restart zone. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's do this thing again, boys.
Wow, they caught the outside line, snoozing.
Hard on the snooze button. That's the other thing. I have had the opportunity to race out here with these guys in a couple races, and if you aren't on it 100%, if you don't practice these races, these guys will make you look absolutely silly. Almost like you don't even deserve to be on iRacing. That's what happened to me a year ago today. But then came Talladega, and I came out of that race with the top 10, and I felt like I won the darn thing. And hopefully
And everybody just went to the bottom.
Everyone did. It was a mass movement in sync from the high side to the bottom.
Well, there's a select few cars that don't want to just ride.
No,
You're seeing that. Look at them getting lined up on the outside. They're coming.
Oh yeah, we got some shake and bake boys in this field. And Chris Davis is the one that is leading. The Fury on the top shelf of the racetrack, getting help from his buddy Matty Cox in the 32. Slingshot engage. He's got help as they got 4 fast cars teamed up, really working together. Look at the speed, look at the intensity.
Look at the run. Not even a chance for the bottom.
It game over.
They are gone.
Davis just hit warp drive.
Oh! See that 72 sneaking there behind him?
He was doing the dance, wasn't he? In fact, let's pull up the dashboard. Right now, 193 miles an hour, 94. I saw 200 there briefly. 201, 200 miles an hour, 201 into the corner. The biscuit dropped the Trisket on that one with a little hot sauce on it as well. Perhaps one of the highest speeds we've seen of the race.
Top lane's coming back. Look at the push.
Darn right. Hey, if you could do it, we could do it too. There's Kavacha Holt.
Deja vu all over again. All three of those cars are going to go to the bottom.
Oh, they'll keep serving it up. This league, it is nonstop. Just because you have one group that makes a statement move like that, there's another group right there that are just as capable. And we're only 30 laps into this race. Jalen. Not up 3, not 13, not 23, 33 positions.
Oh, look at this. More cars shuffling to the outside. They don't want to ride.
Everyone further out of the back, all single file.
50 goes up the block.
Well, yeah, I mean, he just gained 33 positions. He just got to the lead, and I don't think he wants to go back to where he started. He goes up there, throws the towel over the 74 Davis, who continues to stay true with Matt Cox in the 32. Here comes Kavacha Holt in the Mustang. New colors on the 00. You see Tricia's Hope being featured on the hood of that race car. And Matt Cox continues to be a lean, mean, pushing machine, DJ. Check it out. This is incredible stuff.
All it takes is one bobble, one slip, and this all will go bad.
Well, that's just it, right? When you're playing with dynamite,
Sometimes it explodes.
Regardless of how good you are, sometimes it goes kaboom boom. I do like to report we have plenty of virtual Tide stain sticks down on pit road. Should these drivers need to use it, additional race suits on standby as well.
He's going to bail back to the bottom.
72, Rob Bissaw there. Fox Racing 72, love the color scheme on that car. And here comes that Chevrolet right back down to the bottom as well. Now, these drivers are very precise and very crisp with their movements. They're not lackadaisical. When they want to go somewhere, they send it there. You can tell they're very committed to that decision before they make it.
They almost had it cleared, the 74 and the 32 did. The 00 said,
Yeah, that's
see him locked to the 50 bumper.
That's Kavacha Holt. That guy has got one speed, and that is full send. You can tell he is out there vibing right now. He is feeling it. Jeff Carson from out of Carson's Speed Shop, working with Chris Davis and Matt Cox. That is a potent pairing, and let's not forget about Sean Rogers. Look at the new colors, the new scheme on that 44. That car is loud, and I love it. Inferno Burst Red, I think. The black, that car works. Let's jump on board with Rogers for the first time this season. Oh, my. Woo! Sean, I am sorry. I ain't looking to start the broadcaster's curse this early, but as soon as I jumped on board with him, that was almost a side draft gone wrong. I think he got pushed down there.
That was almost bad.
Last year, Dave and I instantaneously KO'd, I think, 5 or 6 cars in one race. And Sean was a casualty in that race. And when I cut to him and I seen what happened, I was like, we're not doing 2024 all over again. But he's got it righted. And just look at how laser focused they are, and look how close they can get with the side draft. And let's face it, DJ, that's what this update, that side draft is more powerful than ever. And if you got the lug nuts to send it down there and just hang that car a couple inches off that other race car, it deploys the air brake on them, and you get a heck of a speed boost. As Sean Rogers is almost on the chip here. 195 miles an hour, that's going to surge them ahead. Look at the teamwork. Top shelf where Mama hides the cookies. They're trying to completely clear to the bottom lane. We'll see Rogers probably come down. There he is. He's going to start the transition. As Chris Davis now leads for the first time here this evening on Redline Racing Network. "37 laps in the books." We're going to step aside and do our first all-out, wide-open coverage break of the race. We're not going anywhere, and if you're at home, feel free to grab the dial, crank it up right along with us, right here on Redline Racing Network. joining us now back here. Commentary back live. I do apologize for a little bit longer of an extended all-out coverage break here, as I do have two smaller children here with me, and I had to go be dad for a moment, so I do apologize. Bringing DJ Daniel back in as well. DJ, your sound is now back hot as Chris Davis continues to show his speed, his poise. Indeed.
That's the first time I've ever heard DJ Manual.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not already banned.
We're not going to go down that road. No, that's just what happens when you're all in that mode. Like, these drivers are in race mode out there on the racetrack. They get in that rhythm, and we get in a rhythm up here in the broadcast booth. And when you get side-blinded by another situation, sometimes it's tough to just switch right back in. DJ not banned yet. Daniel up here in the booth with me as well. And DJ, what I was going to say is, look who is continuing to stay on his six and be his wingman, Matt Cox. Sean Rogers there as well, and I know all those guys would be at AST Fast here at this racetrack, and they are showing up. And look at Jeff Carson. 25 spots to the good. Toyotas leading the charge here. 1, 2, 3. DJ, I know another league like that where those Toyotas have a tendency to get to the front and stay there for a while.
Most do.
All I'm going to say is Daytona still hurts. But these cars...
What, 20 minutes worth of bandits?
I know you were, and I blew it sky high coming to the checkered flag. So that, I appreciate it, though. We'll have another shot at it. The point is, Sean Rogers may be showing Chevrolet colors out there, but he has a strong alliance with those Toyotas in front of him. Chevrolet first car in line is the 44. Jalen continuing to show poise, promise, and speed here. He has a heck of an I rating to go with it too as well. You know, some broadcasters, they'll disclose that information. I personally don't do that, but I can tell you he fits the mold of these drivers that he is competing with out there and doing a great job. He may be new to SNN. However, I can guarantee you not new to iRacing, as he commands that 5th place position. Let's check back in with the YouTube.com live chat. Kim SP checking in. The Alan Experience. Gonna shout him out, brother. Good to see you, Alan. Thanks for stopping in. And as he says, Amanda Price always rooting on Sean Rogers. As Alan has spent a lot of time up here in the booth as well. Mom 3, good to see you. Thanks for showing some love and the support. Smoke Rat 63. We have 41 concurrent viewers right now. We appreciate all of you joining us here for the ride for Sunday Night NASCAR. DJ, we're in the midst of a pretty good green flag run right now, coming off of our back-to-back, not quite back-to-back, but 2 cautions that kind of came out on it, quite frankly, out of nowhere. Didn't see them coming. A lot of big names involved in those 2 separate incidences, and since that has happened, you can see the urgency on the racetrack, the aggression kind of dialed back down a little bit, and we're single file right now, ripping the bottom of this piece. For all intents and purposes, from first of Chris Davis all the way back Aaron Mack there in 31st. And remember, he had a big-time scare there in that U.S. Army machine, just kind of misjudged it, made a rare mistake, trying to fit into a hole that wasn't quite big enough. And he's got that car, for, looking pretty stout to me. Holding on here to the lead draft in that 20th place position. Tanner Marty in this second group, because he was also out in competition Friday night as well, doing 100%er on the Xfinity side of things, and he is getting his laps at Daytona this weekend. There's Dalton Mobley as well, involved in that last incident, that last caution flag sequence we had. Ken Rod out of Pennsylvania. Dave Regal said he wants to see the Pennsylvania boys have a great showing here tonight. There is the 33, the iconic 33, if you ask me, out of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you see these guys now, they have pulling their belts loose and settling into the long run.
Can't loosen them up too much.
No,
You can't.
everybody gets what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I got you 100%. You just can't get too comfortable.
But it's Daytona, and you know how fast things change.
Do we both know how fast things change? A lot of the races we've covered this week, you know, a lot of green flag action, green flag pit stops really stretch this field out. Multiple groups of cars on the racetrack, and that somehow, some way, lightning strikes and a very strange sequence of cautions happen, or big-time wrecks that we didn't see coming. And it completely changes the dynamic on the racetrack, and we have a free-for-all, hardcore team deathmatch style to the end here, just about every time with a thrilling finish. This pack of cars currently commands that 24th, 25th, and 26th place position. Chris Claude in this group as well, just buying his time. Now, this is a driver here that really prides himself on starting with a race car that is in showroom condition and expects it to be that way after all is said and done. And he knows how to gain positions late in these races. Kind of one of his calling cards, if you ask me. Timothy Cook there as well, with those Red Bull colors on board. Continuing to go on back out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, there is Steve Harrick. In the 98, John Wilco, another Pennsylvania man from McAdoo. In 29th, and Matt Mackin out of Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland rocks here and on the track. Richard Pruitt off the racetrack, Tyler Sexton, Michael Caffrey, Larry Miles, Andrew Deemer, and I believe Bennett Allen is race control. All those cars have unfortunately exited the stage early. You said it now. Yeah, and I think that's eventually, especially with this open setup, whoa. Calm down, easy, boys.
You talk about the broadcaster cars.
It doesn't take much here. They don't need a lot of encouragement from up top. I thought that was going to be bad.
It was almost bad.
These guys will give you high blood pressure the whole night.
To just show his dominance here.
That's Davis. You know, that's another guy right there that has taken me under his wing at times and taught me some of the tricks of the trade here, plate racing. Kenny Capola as well, beast mode performance, Sean Rogers included. All went out of the way to help me be better.
Don't look now.
No!
Oh, what a...
I am sick. I am gut-wrenched.
Oh, man, he just caught the apron.
I can't believe...
That took out a lot of cars.
Tell me this is a dream, and that did not just happen.
So, that would supposed to know once these next shits get sideways, they're hands, especially in a plate track.
Oh. Chris Davis leading.
Oh,
And in a split second, the car gets sent tomahawk style into the 74. Is this going to throw the caution flag? That's his car.
Like
Go ahead.
it looks like this is just a bad push.
And that's how a lot of times, these guys are pushing hard all race long. They do it better than anybody. And for whatever reason, sometimes that car just doesn't react the same, or you line up just a fraction of an inch too far to the right or left in the corner, and the car just goes redheaded stepchild mode on you. And man, you hate to see this. However, I will say this. That Camry being piloted by Davis, I think, is a lot better than what I thought it was going to be.
I think he probably got broken toe. But he really didn't hit the wall as hard as he did.
I thought he hit it a ton. Replay team now.
Nine had it saved, and it looked like he just got finished off.
He had it saved once, twice, I think 3 times. Is now getting the alert from the replay team. They got that queued up, ready to rock and roll. So let's engage the flux capacitor here.
I was on the apron. I literally never even saw you. So
Go back in time and let's take a look at this one as the mayhem unleashes at the front of the field here in the big house.
Get it down on the apron. That's
Let's roll this.
Try not to get run over.
Look, once, twice. Oh. And look at the evasive action by everybody else behind them.
Man, if we have an old car, in-car camera on that 50 car, we have got to pull that up.
That's exactly where we're going.
Oh, wow. He's going to need a new pair of britches.
Yeah, the reason why
Yeah, some scented candles,
no damage.
wet naps included.
That's weird. I'm sorry.
That 50 car, this is going to be something. You're absolutely right. Now, if only the powers that be in timing and scoring allow me, they should go on board with the 50. Going to have to help it along here, so just bear with me, folks. See the contact there? Up into the wall, into the fence. Trying to get on board with that Camaro. You know what it is, DJ? There we go. Just reload it, refresh it, and voila, now we can do this. We go back now for a up-close and personal view of this one. As we send it now on board, this is what we picked up from the cockpit of Jalen's race car. This is about to get wild, folks. All was calm, not for long. Talk about being at the right place at the wrong time. DJ, he made it by there by a fraction of inches.
That's what I'm saying. He got a little sideways there at the end, but he caught it.
I mean, that incident happened out of nowhere. I mean,
Code brown.
Code everything. Yeah, code everything. You now cycle back to the live side of things here. Whew. Never a dull moment here on the racetrack, and when you think it's calming down, big things happen, break out here once again under caution for the third time this evening, involving a lot of the front runners here. Chris Davis, who clearly has some serious boogie under that 74 hoodie, affected in that one. Jalen as well. And DJ, how about the other storyline here is that should have wrecked a lot of cars. Typically, when you have an incident kick off at the front of the field, there's going to be mass casualties, and these drivers were able to defy statistics here and get out of harm's way. Just an incredible piece of driving by all these guys out there on the racetrack. His green flag back in the air once again here. Papano leads the charge as he currently comes back up to speed. Rogers vibing on the high side of the racetrack. Remember, he was the Chevrolet working with those Toyotas before that caution came out.
Whoa, look at the push on the outside. They are going for it.
They were singing and sagging, weren't they? Surge, a little bit of surge there to the bottom. The Camaros get wound up.
Oh,
three.
The lead. The 50 goes up the middle. What a move. Oh, there goes the 7.
The 7 goes John Deere mode.
He saved it?
He saved it again. He was on a collision course with a safer barrier on the road course section. He got punted like a Nerf football.
How about the 50 car? Wow.
That was a big-time move there from Jalen. And I think I know why we saw that, given what happened there just moments ago. No caution. We're going to stay green flag here. Eric Papano cannot catch a break. As it's Jalen Cavaja-Holt, the Mad Pusher, Paul Hill, and Sean Rogers, Michael Wick in the 88, furthest forward he's been. Out of Bristol, Tennessee is your top 5. The twists and turns in this one continue to keep evolving. And again, like you said, DJ, that just stemmed from that big-time aggressive move there from the 50. And I think he saw enough there with that last one. He said, you know what, no, this ain't going to be my race. I'm getting to the front. And he took one of your moves. He used the sucker hole, usually the direct one-way ticket to the back of the field to his advantage, took it up the middle. And I think that surprised some of these other guys as well. While that wasn't a direct result, I think it definitely played a little bit of a role there in that incident that just happened moments ago. However, no caution. We do stay green, and we are right back once again, as quickly as that happened, DJ, back to single file. And just as I say that, there's a group of cars that have teamed up on the high side of the racetrack. They have other plans.
Yeah, that incident really opened everybody up and stacked everybody behind the front 4 up. And they're starting to pull back now.
Look at them slicing and dicing. You would think they would caution on the racetrack. Thank you, DJ. And that should be the stage. Absolutely, man. You hit that one right on the head. A chance for these drivers to catch their breath, take a drink before they have to send it back out there and do it again. DJ, what are some of the big takeaways here from that stage? What did you learn? What do you see out there on the racetrack? What do you like?
I got my eyes on the 7th floor. Get back up here. And, they're definitely being more aggressive than I thought.
Yeah, at times there is that calm, but they don't seem, in a lot of these cars, don't seem to just like riding. As I think that sometimes maybe gets you too comfortable as well. If you're not out there in those situations where you're, playing the runs, the lines, the lane changes, if you don't do that all race long and then it comes time to start executing, is Cavaja-Holt here pushing the 50? Is the 50 out of fuel? Let's jump on board with your leader. He's showing RPMs there, but I believe Kavaja is still attached to him. No, he's not. Okay. Maybe the 00 voicing some displeasure, but the way he was just glued to him, and he comes up, walks him again. More hits. He's still stuck to him. Something's up here.
The 00 does have damage. Late teammate?
Well, there's something right now. There's definitely a bond between those two cars right now, one way or the other. Definitely damage to the 00. Developing story there. I think maybe something happened on the racetrack that maybe Hog Holt was not happy with. His wholesale pit stops now underway as pit road becomes the hottest place in the building. While they're under caution, we're going to step aside, pay some bills, but we'll be back with all the high-flying, high-octane racing action right here on Redline Racing Network. Stick around. We'll be back momentarily. Race fans, welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. Stage 1 in the books. Pit stops complete. Back under green flag conditions. And Mike McConville leading the charge here at the front of this field. Looking lap number 74. DJ, and look who's behind him. The guy that's been pushing like a snowplow truck out there on the racetrack. Able to get anyone he chooses to attach to the front. A one-way ticket. Paul Hill in second. Tyler Hunter in third. 14 spots to the good. Chris Custer. It's Shifty McGee. Sean Rogers there. They're running out your top 5. 7.
That 6 car just won't go away.
I'll tell you what. If you've even commented on how I push sometimes, a lot of that just comes from watching Paul Hill, just how he's able to just create big-time momentum out there on the racetrack and virtually push anybody who can hold it. That Camaro is a mean pushing machine, and it's been that way all race long. We're right back to single file here at the bottom. Nothing sounds quite like those V8s. Bringing the symphony of boom as those sounds echo off the walls here.
Got one question for you, Matt.
Hit me.
What the hell is a kilometer?
So that's another type of unit of measure. So I'm originally from, the upstate region of New York State. I wasn't that far from Canada, so I know a little bit about it. 100 kilometers an hour is roughly 60 miles an hour. Where are you seeing kilometers?
I don't see a single kilometer on this racetrack. These American V8s are streaming all the way around these 2.5 miles. Super Speedway.
All the bald eagles, my friend.
I was shocked you didn't get the reference. Have you not seen the memes?
Man, I've been up in this booth so much the past 3 days. There's a lot I've missed on apparently, and I'll be the first to raise my hand and say no, I haven't. But it sounds like I need to.
No, it was a meme about that garage 56 car, I think it was, the NASCAR that went to Le Mans. They would
Oh, the Hendrick entry, okay.
yeah, the Hendrick entry. That car would keep everybody up because every time it went down the front stretch, all you could hear was the bald eagles.
Yeah, that car there was just brute force American in your face muscle. And I think, they shocked, they turned a lot of heads, shocked a lot of people.
That thing was passing prototypes down the straightaway.
It was that they built a monster. They took basically, it started off with this car that you see out here on the racetrack, the next gen. And they sent it to what I'd like to call like NASCAR's Ford Performance or Chevrolet's Racing Development region or sector, and they really refined it and they made it good. Really good, I should say. And that car went out there and just blew everyone's minds as Mike McConville continues to be large and in charge here, carrying the torch as we're on board.
Just about to say, we got a new leader in the face of this lead pack.
V8 up 26 positions as we're on board with him right now as we've now widened things back out. Single file, that's the current game plan here for this front group of cars, featuring Custer, Rogers, Mobley, It's rebounded nicely from that earlier incident in this race, as he currently owns that 7th place position. Diego Rodriguez in the 21. I believe the furthest forward he has been all race long in 8th. And look who was up to 10th, Ron Fittick, one of the Pennsylvania boys. As they're eating on the bottom right now. The 50, who was getting a lot of attention after the stage caution came out there from Kavaja Holt in that 11th place position. Jay Duane in the 93 and 12. Cody McCorkle there in 13th. Marty inside the top 15 in that 14th place position. Keith Long going to round out the train here in these front 15 cars. Then you got to pick up here this Group B being led by Kavaja Holt. In that Mustang, I know you said, DJ, before we went to the break, there was some damage on that machine, but I'm not seeing it now. It looks like he had some repairs done on pit road. Giesbrecht working with him, Aaron Mack, Ryan Samuelson, your outside pole sitter. Papineau there as well. As it sits, this group right now effectively about 4 seconds off the lead pace. Or excuse me, 2 seconds off the lead pace as timing and scoring updates. And again, the theme clearly is survive to be alive is the best way to mitigate opportunities on the racetrack to wad that race car up or to just prevent bad things from happening. As here comes Sean Rogers down pit road. The 44 is hitting pit lane.
Did he get a restart violation?
Something happened with the 44 as he last pit with everyone else. As he comes down to his box, is this going to cost Rogers precious time? You would have to think it was a penalty, something of some sort, maybe a problem at home, as he now rolls. So it couldn't have been something at the house. I mean, he was only in his box for a few moments. But nonetheless, comes down off of pit road without a battle buddy. That Red Bull machine going to be long gone, and he won't be able really to catch up with him. And as Sean Rogers comes off of that warm-up lane back on to the racing surface, he is going to cycle back out in that 31st position. I'm not seeing any damage on that car. Are you, DJ?
Which car?
The 44.
No, like I said, I was looking. I think he may have just gotten a restart violation or something. I don't see any reason why he would have to down there.
Yeah, I don't either, unless there was some type of a penalty issued. Something we could check during the next stage break, but for right now, as he is left out there all by his lonesome, his speed is going to be way off the race pace here, and that's just how strong the draft is. Rogers going to be right around that 180 to 182 mile an hour range by himself. That's the best you're going to do. And look at the chaos. The freight train coming behind him.
You know, I wonder if they didn't put fuel in the car. As long as he was in this box, it wasn't like a penalty.
We've seen glitches happen on pit road and iRacing. That happened to us just last week. Wow, the 21 just sent it right down in front of the 44. Rodriguez with the big time move.
Oh, if you're the 44 here, your race isn't done.
No.
Stay with this lead pack and just hang out. Try to stay the first car lap down.
Right, and that's the name of the game. That is the primary objective right now out of the 44 camp.
And like I mentioned earlier, this is a long race and it's going to take a lot of patience.
Yeah, these endurance races like this, when you run the gauntlet here 100%, certainly you don't have all the forces that you would get in real life racing. You don't have to deal with the heat, that's the main one, but modern technology, these load cell pedals, direct drive wheels, I mean, they will make you sweat to the oldies out there. Especially if you got it turned up, DJ, you know all about that.
Yeah, I run mine quite high. I like to drive these things, man.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
A lot of people ask me if I go to the gym, and I say, nope. I race and iRacing with my feedback really high.
That's one way to get your workouts in.
I run my feedback so high, if I know I'm going to hit the wall, I just let go.
Yeah, usually you have it cranked all the way through the roof, if I remember correctly.
Unless it's Gen 4s at the old Daytona. Then it's like riding a bull.
Yeah, you don't want to be the one to have your force feedback cranked in a Gen 4 at Legacy Daytona. That's like riding a wooden roller coaster without a lap belt. Michael Witt, great looking paint scheme on that Camaro this evening.
The 8 comes across the radio, and he says, sorry, I couldn't hold my line, I sneezed.
That's Mike McGodville. And see, that's the benefit of being the number 2. You can still snoop in on the radio chatter, where you can, but sometimes it's not always a good thing, because if someone gets a little heated or you get caught in the moment, and sometimes not so nice things can be shared with everyone else.
We both know about all.
Yeah.
We both know all about that.
This is true.
So we're still single file here. We're just trying to click some laps away.
Going back deeper in this pack, Matt Mackin, 24th, right where he started. And then behind him, the monster man in the Toyota, Chris Claude, 25th position. Just how he likes it, an uneventful race, except for that dicey moment he had earlier. However, that car seems to be unscathed and looking very strong and fast out there, and I think we'll see him start to turn it up here as we get into the later stages of this race, as we're 10 laps shy of the halfway point here in round 1 of the 2025 season. Brian Newmaker, 56, similar story here, just doing what he needs to do right now, managing his equipment. Drivers looking for a caution, a stage, any type of a yellow flag. In that lucky dog position, as you said, DJ, Sean Rogers in the 44, who was leading not that long ago or in the top 3, now finds himself in 30th, either to some type of a glitch, not getting fuel on pit road, or a penalty of some sort.
I think he'll be all right. There's a long ways to go.
Well, that's just it. You have to remember that there's a long way to go in this race. You're not even halfway yet.
Like I said, if you're the 44 and these other drivers with damage, or you've had problems, I'd rather have those problems now or earlier in the race versus later on when it comes to crunch time.
Yeah, that's kind of the silver lining, too. If you are going to have those problems, you want to get them out of the way as soon as possible, so you have all the time, a.k.a. laps left, to work to regain what you lost. And the pushes keep on coming from the quick 6. Tyler Hunter silently has worked his way up into 3rd. There's another nice looking paint scheme on that race car. Have a little bit of separation now too. These guys here at this lead pack, they are putting down.
I was just about to say the top 8 are scampering away.
On the same page with you, brother. They are trying to check out of Dodge right now and get themselves some real estate. But, oh! It almost happened again. Mistimed off set push there. The 6 got, or the 8 got squirrely there. They all had to check up, get out of the loud pedal. You've seen the flames popping out of the exhaust. That's going to allow that second group to regain just a little bit of ground. And again, that tail Camaro in this pack, unfortunately, not on the lead pace as of right now. Currently being scored in that 30th place position as Mike McConville dials it to the middle lane, keeps his foot in it, and brings the train on by. Ken Ron there on the bottom of the racetrack working. Another race car there. They're going to be able to probably hold and maintain with this group. We send it back now. The Group B being led by Ron Fitting. Is that Ron Fitting in a Toyota? May have been a manufacturer change there, as I don't remember Ron running a TRD-powered machine. But nonetheless, that is a Camry, one way or the other. Good for that 8th place position, Cody McCorkle. Just buying some time right now, enjoying the sights and sounds here from Daytona International Speedway. Send it back to the YouTube.com live chat. I feel your pain, Amanda. She says, oh, always rooting for Sean. Absolutely. DJ, she's probably as religious as you can get when it comes to supporting the cause here. She's always cheering on her man. You can count on it.
You gotta love fans like that. They're the ones that really make this go around. Without them, we wouldn't be here right now.
Wouldn't be there without her or these other dedicated diehard fans that are showing up here right now, supporting the love, showing the broadcast the love as well. We appreciate it. These drivers appreciate it. And Amanda said, of course, he's got time to catch up. She's absolutely right. She has seen him in these positions before, and he knows how to right the wrong. And in fact, I think Rogers is at his best is when his back is against the wall and he's put in those situations where he has to be clutch, and we've seen him deliver time and time again. Two lanes abreast. Rogers brings him down. Oh my, that... Not sure there if... Oh, that's what happened. We got a car on the high side of the racetrack with the case of the blinkies. As the 82 blinked in and then back out, Cody McCorkle. And DJ, that's a death sentence for you in iRacing, especially at a place like Daytona or Talladega.
Yeah, you got that right.
I mean, 1 minute they're there, the next minute they're gone. A lot of times when they reappear, you're sitting in the cockpit with them, and your car instantly goes space shuttle status, and it's not good. Tight group, Knit Racing here, the 29 there, Tanner Marty. Working with the 33 of Ron Rogers and the 50 on the bottom. Noah's Ark situation smothered and covered just like your Waffle House hash browns. 2 by 2 they go. Is it still all Mike McConville out front? This is where more of the intense action is on the racetrack for the time being.
Can you believe we're already almost halfway?
Lean, mean, and green, brother, even with a couple cautions. This race pace is very respectable. Mid 45s up at the front. Top speeds of this race for some of these drivers north of 206 miles an hour. And you guessed it, who falls into that club? Paul Hill, McConville. Tyler Hunter, 205 himself. I mean, we got some cars that are well in to the 2.0s. While we have time, we got to take a moment to shout out all our strategic partners here at Redline Racing Network. Our official designs and custom wrap design partner, Black Magic. David Dunwoody and those guys will get you a one-of-a-kind, authentic design. You're sick of seeing all the same schemes out there on trading page just to be reused, recycled. Well, Black Magic, they'll take you out of the static, give you that one-of-a-kind, authentic design. And remember, it's also good for 210s out there on the racetrack. That is the one and only Black Magic. And hey, if you got a good-looking race car, you want it to go fast, and that's where Team Watson Racing Setups comes in. More than a speed shop, it is a family, it is a community of drivers that are passionate about iRacing and committed to going faster. Got to thank them everything Team Watson does for us here at Redline Racing Network. And if you want to up your game, increase the boogie under your hoodie out there on the racetrack, Team Watson is your one-stop solution. Packages starting at just $25 a month. And really, you get so much more than just a setup when you join the Watson family. And cannot thank both of those partners enough. Look forward to working with them in the future and continuing to grow our relationships with them in 2025. DJ, what about this drive here, this stint from Mike McConville? I mean, he was very patient, didn't really make a lot of noise, but when he decided it was time for him to lead some laps, he put that Camaro right where it needed to be, and now has the luxury of Paul Hill doing all the heavy lifting, and he's just out there just running hot ones right now. I mean, almost single file as far as the eye can see here. We watch them literally drag race down the super stretch back into the turns 3 and 4 complex. I mean, even if we send it up here to the blip. Oh, pit stops underway. Here we go. We knew it was looming. Oh, Paul Hill locked him up. Hopefully that's not a speeding penalty. Multiple cars now down on pit road. Your leader, McConville. Hit. Payne Hodison coming down to a stop in his box. Kavaja Holt, Chris Custer. There's the 66, Dalton Mobley in the 2. Diego Rodriguez is now...
Started across the ready to go. Pit stops are about to start here.
And they have started. That group that just came down and away. Now we're going to see who can do it better. If the first group or the second wave, they got plenty of cars here. They're not going to be hurting in the speed department. It's all about how much time you spend on pit road and how quickly you can get back up to speed. This happening on lap 105. Now come one, come all. Here's Popino and company. Dylan Banks, Ron Fitting, Giesbrick, Matt Mackett. Davis as well, Ron Fitting. That's now going to temporary cycle Keith Long working with Aaron Mack. 2 lone cars out there on the racetrack. Run 1-2. Not necessarily a bad thing, but you'd like to have more numbers if you're Keith Long or Mack. However, Keith Long going to get credit for at least leading a lap here. So let's send it now back to McConville. As they now... Oh, no! Boom shakalaka. Are you kidding me?
Oh, what did I miss?
Just 2 cars, doing a tandem drift on the Speedway portion of the racetrack, both having it pointed 45 degrees into the grass.
Oh, no.
And, just somehow able to just flick the race car back straight. Mikey McConville, that was a big moment there, buddy. Just as they were coming back out onto the racetrack. Mike's going to lose that draft, unfortunately, because of it. As he's now currently scored in that 14th place position. Keith Long and the Mack Attack are still out there on the racetrack. Toyota and Chevrolet working together. Then you have Logan Giesbrick and Matt Mackin. Chris Claude, Nunemaker are all left to pit. They have not come down. Now comes Keith Long and Mack. I assume we'll see Giesbrick, Chris Claude. They are also in. Here they come. Able to go all the way to lap 108. As this group comes in, this should cycle Paul Hill. The master pusher now becomes the leader. As Mike McConville left sitting there with his jaw bouncing off the cockpit or the floorboards in his race car, trying to figure out what in the world just happened. Davis going to get freight trained here as he's by himself coming off of pit road. He should be able to hang on here. Is Davis still being scored in that 28th place position? Sean Rogers there in 29th. And DJ, probably safe to say 2 of the fastest cars, or the top 5 fastest cars out there on the racetrack, have some work to do if they want to get back in it. They still have time, but it's starting each time we put another lap on the board. They lose a little bit of an opportunity to get back on that lead lap.
Yeah, I don't see us going green, but I'm not going to count it out.
Well, how many times this week have we seen, a scenario like this on the racetrack? Green flag pit stops, the intensity dials back, we get these single car groups running out there. And it looks like it's going to be a race between 5 or 6 cars to the finish flag, or the checkered flag, excuse me. And then someone goes out there, and deploys the Mario Kart turtle. And we wad up a couple race cars, and then here we are, 3 laps to, 4 or 5 laps to go. Last chance qualifier style shootout to the finish. We go big, and it's overtime, and it's game on from there. I mean, we've seen that a few times this week. I agree with what you're saying. It has that look. You wouldn't anticipate from what we've seen now and over the past, handful of laps that it would be in a green, white, checkered, or a fast and furious 3-way battle for the win, but we've seen otherwise. as Paul Hill has that cruise control engaged. Here as he leads the charge, carries the torch from Daytona International Speedway. Again, keeping an eye on these lap times. They have backed it off just a little bit here at the front. As earlier they were running low 46s, now we're up into the 46.5 range. That second group has responded, but not in the way you might think. They've also slowed it down a little bit as well, as Samuelson ran a 46.66 that time by. The longer we run, the more casualties we continue to have. Cars that have retired from this race, including Andrew Deemer, Tyler Sexton, Michael Caffrey, Larry Miles. I think Bennett Allen is race control tonight. I am up here in the broadcast booth, but due to how you were supporting our efforts here, DJ, we kind of had to share my screen with you, so I had to kind of put it out there as if I was going to race in order to have you help me, and I appreciate everything you're doing for us up here in the booth, helping me carry the sound and carry the vibe here from Daytona tonight.
I love being up here. You gotta thank me for nothing.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, and I love that you're having a great time, but of course I have to say thank you, buddy. As bad as I want to dial up maybe Matt Cox, Sean Rogers, Chris Davis right now, as they're running single file out there on the racetrack, with my luck, something weird would just go down or just out of this world, and it wouldn't be good. Look at how quick these guys are just able to make aggressive changes, well synchronized there, as they go around the 31 of the Mac Attack there in that Chevrolet. Certainly not the run Aaron was looking for, at least not yet. Samuelson there as well in the 81 machine. However, Samuelson is in that 12th place position on the lead lap. And you have this two-car tandem, which Samuelson is a part of. He's doing the pushing. Then you got Jeff, one of my favorite Carsons, there in the 9 ride in that 14th place position. And Jalen Kemp rounds out your top 15. While we have a lull in racing, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and do another crank it up session here. You're not going to miss any of the sights and sounds here from Daytona. We'll be back momentarily right here on Redline Racing Network. Go ahead, crank it up at home right along with us. The Dead Slayer man continues to show the way as he changes manufacturers from Ford to Chevrolet, but the same result. He is FAST fast. Paul Hill commands here at Daytona as he leads over Chris Custer, Tane Hodison, Tyler Hunter, Dalton Mobley, Diego Rodriguez in this lead pack here. As green flag pit stops and long, lean, mean, and green runs here have really stretched out this field. Good evening and welcome back to Daytona. You're locked into Redline Racing Network as we try to pick up where the legendary Dave Regal left off. 3 years of dedicated service to all things SNN. And my God, am I so happy I was able to get him up here in the booth for a couple moments here at the top of this broadcast, just to give him the respect and give him the floor one more time that he absolutely deserves. You can hear the emotion in his voice. Certainly struck a chord with me as well. And you know, I get it. Business is business. And sometimes it may go down a different path. But you can tell his heart really is and always will be right here with SNN. And again, just want to thank him for all the time I got to spend up here in the booth with him, and wish him and SRM the best. And you know, DJ, one thing I've learned in this business, you never know what the future holds. A lot of,
You really don't.
you know, sometimes you think, hey, it's done, it's never coming back, and I've seen stranger things happen. They continue to put down some blistering pace here, though, I'll tell you that. Paul Hill still has that rocket, still sub 4650s. And there's still a decent amount of separation from these cars. I mean, you can see the space, the real estate they're giving each other just to account for the, you know, the galactic uh-oh. Should that happen, and just as I say that, Chris Custer decides it's time to put the bumper to him. Then you have about a 2.5 to 3 car length gap to these final 3 cars, and they got to be careful. Yeah, I understand they got help from behind. You can see him giving them the push there. The 2 kind of comes down off of the preferred lane just a little bit as they get caught back up. Samuelson in 11th leads the charge here with this cluster. Tanner Martin, check out the paint scheme on that car. That is a nice looking Chevrolet. And that is Tony Trapasso used to say, no one takes a car to the face like Jeff Carson. That may have been in a different league, but Jeff always seemed to have this ability to have a great run erased from existence. That time we got race cars off the track here. We have a Chevrolet down off on the flatlands. What happened there? Was that Pruitt? No, Pruitt's in his pit box. Not quite sure who that was. However,
That was the 50.
was that
Getting
the
off of pit road.
was
He
that the
caught
50?
transition.
Get out of here. Yeah, there he is. And things continue to go from bad to worse after he was able to really gain a lot of ground here in the early going, led laps. And as quick as it was going, I mean, absolutely picture perfect. The water continues to get murkier for Jalen. He's now back to that 27. Here's the caution flag. That should be for stage 2. Dalton Mobley may have been involved in an incident here as well. Replay team has this ready to rock and roll, so let's go ahead and take a peek at what happened here. Oh, pushing gone wrong. Big time hits. And DJ, a similar story.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens at these plate tracks.
You know, you could do it right 1,000 times, and that one time, you can see kind of what happened here with some offset pushing. Dalton Mobley here in the deuce.
Oh, he just had nowhere to go.
Send it up to the chopper cam here. Dalton Mobley's going to be that tail car kind of in the middle of the racetrack right now, and let's watch this unwind here at quarter speed. Got a lane change, and lane change checks up the field. When those cars look like offset Jenga, it's never good. You see the tires smoke, the overcorrection, and the two just pile drives it in there and dishes it out to the business end of that race car. They both get self-inflicted concrete poisoning. Well, the two really wasn't self-inflicted. He just didn't have anywhere to go. But that is going to bring out the yellow flag. And DJ, what were we just saying a couple minutes ago? It ain't over until it's over.
I was trying to get you there, bro. I promise. I was doing everything I could. They just had more cars.
Looks like the 50 may be able to get one of these laps back here, which would be huge. Because he's the first car behind that iRacing.com pace car. Mike McConville now leads the charge off of pit road. There is Chris Davis. Currently still being scored in that 74th place position. While we're under caution here, let's see if we can dial up Seabiscuit here in the 74 machine. And I'll tell you what, in the words of their marketing slogan, let's go places. I mean, Chris Davis had a rocket and taken it to the point until it all went bad. And again, there's some new teams here I got to get familiar with. Let's try to find out where he's hiding. Beast Mode Performance now, Ed. Good to see it. Sean Rogers, Chris Davis, Jeff Carson, all representing Beast Mode Performance. They have a strong alliance with Team Watson Racing Setups as well. DJ, I'll be right back. I'm going to make this a little easier on us, and I'm going to jump down into the booth with them. I'm having a problem bringing them or him up here. I'll be right back with you, brother.
Who is it?
Sean Rogers.
Hold on. Sean Rogers.
No, don't grab him if it works for you. We want to talk to the 74, Chris Davis.
Oh, you're looking at 74.
Yeah, I was talking about who was in that team chat with him. But if you're going to see if you can pull him up here, we'll try it that way.
Chris
DJ,
Davis. Matt, DJ in the booth, get a copy. Yes, sir. All right, go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, DJ. You have the powers right now, so thank you. Chris, Matt up in the booth. My God, my man, that 74 Beast Mode tuned Toyota had some serious speed in that thing. You were able to pretty much do what you wanted with that race car, and then you saw your life flash before your eyes there. How is the car doing post that incident on the racetrack, and do you think you'll be able to get that lap back to make a charge here at the end of this thing?
Yeah, it's just going to depend on caution. I mean, the car's still super fast, so fast that I was let off the road, which got me a lap down, but it's still super quick. We're going to do what we can to get our teammates, Carson and Rogers, back up there, and I think I'll be able to get back on the lead lap if Carson's fall right. You know, it just sucks, because leading and being that quick, you always want to stay up there, but that's plate track racing. We're going to do what we can to get the teammates back up there and see what we can do at the end.
Yeah, I admire your enthusiasm and can-do attitude, and you're doing everything right. You know, you're the leader. It's supposed to be one of the safest places out there on the racetrack, and Just not the case for that time around. But
No, but it happened.
certainly does. We appreciate your time. We'll go ahead and send you back down with Team Beast Mode. And hopefully we're talking to you guys at the end of this thing. Thanks for your time up here topside.
Appreciate it, guys.
That is the voice of Chris Davis out of Beast Mode Performance. And I'll tell you what, while he has a lot not to be happy about, you can hear the optimism, the determination as they get ready to go back green. DJ, if you want to take us back to green, I'll take care of Chris and make sure he gets back to where he belongs.
All right, 6 car gets a really great start here. He's got the 23, it looks like, in tow.
23 in total.
21 on the left.
Thank you, DJ. Back up the H pattern here once again as Paul Witt continues to help at the front, but it's all Paul Hill, the Dead Slayer, man. Kind of picking up right where Davis and those guys left off. The main pushing machine now. 21 of Diego Rodriguez, shades of the 6 from earlier in the race. Davis, I fixed it. Here you go, brother.
I got him.
I got it, buddy. We're all set.
Quick. Wow. I didn't see that coming on a restart.
It's just, these guys just change the complexion of this race so fast, quick, and in a hurry. We go from 2 wide to single file in the blink of an eye. Once again, they're picking right back up where they left off. DJ, at what point in time as these laps start to wind down, you know, if you're further on back, you know, outside of the top 15 or even top 20, you know, if your drivers, let's say, like, well, for example, you know, John Wilco in the 62, one of the Pennsylvania boys that's in that 22nd place position. And you heard moments ago, you know, Chris Davis talking about getting Sean Rogers and a couple of their guys back up there who's in 21st. When do you start to try to make your way towards the front, especially being in the single file configuration right now? We may have lost DJ for a moment, no problem. You know, I think that solely depends on, you know, the type of confidence that you have in the race car and the help that you potentially may or may not have. Oh my God, no! He just got served up a wig splitter. He got knocked in the next Tuesday off the front of the 44's nose. You know, the joke was last year that Rogers is always going to drive through somebody. Oh, my. Hey, they don't call him Beast Mode for nothing. No, that was a joke. We're just going to wide this one back here as it continues to get even stranger for Beast Mode Performance here.
Not the way that he did.
We're going to roll this back now, send it back to the replay. Keep your eye on the 44 there of Sean Rogers.
Checking up backstrip.
That Red Bull is going to peek outside here, and I think Rogers, yeah, he's just not going to cut him any slack. And he gets sent 45 degrees. Makes contact with the wall. Bumper first.
Okay, that's enough. I will look at it and I'll assess the.
He's going to jump on board with the 44 Rogers here for this one. Get a bird's eye view up close and personal here. You're on board now with Rogers. Wait, that is Cook. Still a vicious hit there. You can see, get an idea, but that wasn't quite the angle here we were gunning for. We widen things back out here once again. The Red Bull machine comes to rest, sliding back down the hill. This very much a self-cleansing racetrack.
Outside, Tanner. Sorry, there was dinner. I was check up. Just trying not to wad these guys up.
So now we get it locked on, Sean Rogers. Now we can go ahead and do what we wanted to do here the first time around. This is just not going to cooperate with me here at all. And again, these drivers have their hands full at times down on the racetrack, and we'll get it occasionally here up in the Tony Trapasso Memorial broadcast booth. As sometimes what we would like to do isn't always necessarily streamlined as it should be. This pit road again becomes the hot place here at the Big House. See if we send it back here to this replay. Now let's see if we can go from here to jump to the 44. There we go. This time it's going to work. If you do not succeed, try again. You're now on board with Rogers. DJ, go ahead and take a look at this one. Yeah, that Red Bull car just kind of came up the racetrack, and Davis was right there. He didn't even have time to react until he made some light contact there.
That was very unfortunate.
Extremely. That reminds me of the type of stuff you did to me the first season in Ghost. Who would have thought we would be here now a couple years later? But that was definitely everything. I remember that like it was yesterday. I'm like, oh no, the 96 is behind me. I'm going to the fence.
The 26 stopped and waited behind the 44 on pit road.
Clearly showing some displeasure, perhaps. Well, that's exactly what it is. But you know what? I can tell you this. Sean Rogers is a true professional. And he is not going to deliberately just dump somebody. That was 100% Daytona doing Daytona things there.
No, but keep an eye on that one.
We're going to keep an eye on it, of course. I mean, we need a good story right now while we're out there just trying to, kind of make it until we get to that point in time where it's all out hardcore mode on the racetrack. Let something brew it between Rogers and, in all honesty, there, no evil intent from the 44 machine on that deal at all. I mean, that has happened to me in plate racing. You make a mistake like that, you come up a little bit, and that, no one, there's not an SOP that says, oh, hey, if he decides to put his race car, a half lane up and breathe it, that I immediately have to lift and let him back in. I think the 44 was going to try to generate a run. I thought he was going to try to make a move and go around, get a run going there. And I think the 44 saw it the same way I did and just didn't know he planned on coming back down. I mean, that's just, like I said moments ago, that's Daytona doing Daytona things. Those two don't have a history, at least that I know of. And that type of driving does not fit Sean's MO at all whatsoever, and that's not what they preach and teach over there at Beast Mode Performance. I can assure you of that. I get why he's upset, but sometimes just doo-doo happens. It's Daytona. So we now cycle back to the live side of things here on Redline Racing Network.
You go from half the field to the high side to 95% of it on the bottom in one corner.
Wild, right? You know, some of the other leagues we broadcast, and not to say they're bad leagues, they just, you know, they don't have an average SOF of, 5K. We try to do that, and we're going to tear up some race cars. We all try to move that quick.
You got that right.
I mean, these guys look like they could do it in their sleep, and that's the difference. That's where the seat time, the experience comes in.
So look at this 21 leading the outside. He's trying to mount a charge.
As the 21's trying to mount a charge, we are desperately trying to get it back to live. Thank you. Dylan Banks giving the goods to the 6. And this caution has changed the complexion here at the front. Look at the gap. Banks and Hill were able to generate with that tandem push there. However, you don't want to get too far out in front.
You're about to see that right here. That 21 is coming. The blood is in the water. There he goes. New leader.
The red rocket on the top lane. Gonna rocket on past.
Oh, the 8's gonna go to the bottom.
McConville.
So does the 29. Everybody goes to the
He's
bottom.
gonna thread the needle as Paul Hill's eyes get bigger than deer in headlights. How about Tanner Marty? Where did he come from? 27 spots to the good. Top of the broadcast, I said we would see this guy up here near the front before it was over. Here he is.
That 00 is pushing the life out of the 66.
That is vintage Kavaja Holt right there.
Look at the push.
It's insane. That is next level. I mean, the Dead Slayer man can push.
Oh, up the middle goes to 50.
He's doing it again. He has no problem.
No, this is about to be bad.
He just pinballed it off the 2 leaders on the front and low lane here. Kavaja Holt once again trying to hold on for dear life.
Oh, this could be bad here.
Tell you what, Jalen has no problem taking the chaos and the mayhem to the middle, usually the lane most people avoid, and using it to his advantage to try to blow the lid wide off this place.
I can promise you he didn't make a lot of friends with that move. Look at the 3-car tandem.
Yeah, Diego Rodriguez in there. We see him featured in a lot of leagues across the iRacing.com servers and always performs very well in each lead I've had a chance to cover. And in fact, he's right there where, I expect him to be in the conversation, especially at Daytona. He's very good here, and there he is in the 21. And DJ, we're starting to dial it up. The excitometer on the top shelf of the racetrack. Don't look now. Oh, we got problems. The 78 got smashed.
Big wreck.
Big wreck in the back.
Oh, no.
That's going to bring the caution back out. That's Jonas getting sent down to the flatlands there. The Red Bull machine also involved. This caution waves once again.
What in the world happened to the 09? He just turned left.
I think someone did give him his lunch money before he hopped in the race car.
He wasn't getting pushed.
I'm not sure.
It looks like he just lost it.
It's not that it's impossible, but it's kind of hard to just lose it here at Daytona.
I'm not.
You'd like to think something happened. Maybe, your sim rig had an issue, your wheel glitched out something.
Well, he's already definitely not having the race he was hoping to have, I'm sure.
Well, that is, 100% certain. Ooh, got more cars locking up the binders here under caution. Just trying to catch back up with the field. Well, DJ, what do you do here? Might as well come down, top it back off, pack that fuel cell back full of Sunoco Racing fuel here, right?
Yeah, I still don't know if you can make it from here. But I'm definitely betting here if it's me.
For sure, 100%. And Kavaja Holt and others see it that way. In fact, Paul Hill, Popino, Chris Custer in the 66, Sean Rogers, Diego Rodriguez, Kavaja Holt now, Mad Dash off of pit lane. Looks like the top 23 all came down pit road here. More than likely, those are the cars on the lead lap. Chris Davis in 25th. Doing everything he can to get back on this lead lap. Paul Hill going to get shuffled just a couple spots here back to that third place position. And how about this run from Kavaja Holt? I mean, this is a driver that's had some streaks of greatness, but somehow it just never seems to go according to plan. Is, this guy here, he reminds me a lot of a younger, rowdy Kyle Busch. I mean, just the way he drives. He has so much passion inside the race car and the desire to want to go out there and make things happen on the racetrack, and sometimes maybe oversteps it just a little too much or gets caught up in things not of his own doing. Every time he seems to be having a good run here. But this is one of the more memorable performances here at Daytona for Kavaja. Is clearly that Mustang, even with that damage from earlier, seems to be fixed up, and that car definitely has some pace in it as well. Checking the pace car. Those lights do go out, and look who's getting the wave. He's back. Chris Davis, of course. Brian Newdemaker also going to take the wave here. John Ken Ron in the 33. In that ZL1 Chevrolet Camaro, Timothy Cook. Steve Herring coming back onto the racetrack. DJ, those lights out. We're racked and stacked, ready to rock and roll. Your buddy, the Dent Slayer man, going to restart there in that third place position on the bottom lane. Samuelson back to 6th. I don't know how he does it, but right on cue, Chris Claude up to 13th place position. Rogers there back on the lead lap as well. And I guess all we had to do was just bring Chris Davis up into the booth, and he was able to will it into fruition. I mean, he said what they would like to see, and boom, here it is, DJ.
Don't give him the curse now.
I'm done. You're right. Two Fords. Blue oval on blue oval action here to take us back to the green flag. DJ, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Pace car's off, and we are back under the green flag here. 51 laps to go here in Daytona. 00.
The Hog being the boss and in charge and in command here. The final 50 laps of the opening stint of the 2025 season set to be written into the history books at Daytona. We appreciate all of you for being along for the ride with us.
00 is going to go up the block.
I think he was trying to go up there and whoa!
Gotta be careful.
These guys, I mean, 8 times out of 10, or even 9 times. Oh, no. How did he know he could fit that car in there? That is impossible.
I have no words.
What does he have, a droid out of Star Wars for a spotter? Come on.
I would hope not, because those things miss every shot.
Well, I was talking about for the call to set it down there. I don't have luck like that. I'm sorry. Either you got the best spotter on the face of the earth, or you just set it on blind faith and it worked out. I wish I could make things like that work. Back up to speed now is Paul Hill. Your Dent Slayer man had the plan to get back to the point.
It almost looked like that 21 was thinking about putting the 00 in the sucker hole. He thought about it, but he backed out.
That's Diego Rodriguez, and you know he's good at forcing you to make mistakes. Not that, you know, he physically did something to you to make that mistake, but he's really good the way he positions his race car. And he'll try to fake you out sometimes, and yeah, I agree with you there, DJ. That's probably the right call. Here's Kavaja Holt now, all the way back to that 8th place position. Ever since he made that move to the tie side of the racetrack, is that top lane just cannot get the cojones back. As the 21 now tries to push him here to the moon. Brake tandem here into the corner. They're getting back down to the bottom. Okay, that says it all right there, DJ. Oh, we got more problems.
Big hits. The 72.
Ouch. I mean, Rob just took a concrete wall face first at 190 miles an hour.
Another bad push. Another push going wrong.
You know, there's a wreck there. You hope you don't have your direct drive cranked up to 100%.
Yeah.
That's going to leave a mark. As he now takes it into his pit stall. And that, unfortunately, is going to be an extended stay for Rob Besaw from Saranac Lake.
Oh.
You hate to see it. You know,
Somebody almost went airborne. Fitting?
Ron Fitting. I think that's who you're talking about. Let's see what we can pull up here. And again,
His whole right side of his car was off the racing surface.
well, with an impact like that, that would certainly be possible. I mean, look what happened in the... oh, that's right. We don't do any spoilers here in SNN. So as much as I just wanted to share something with you guys, I'm going to refrain and do as Chris Claude asks. No spoilers. Chris, I got you. Oh, just the heartbreak for some of these guys continues. Ken Ron, the 33 here. And according to DJ, was
Oh my
up.
goodness.
See, that's the beauty.
Goodness gracious. Do we have an onboard camera in the 71?
Yeah, we could definitely do an onboard camera in the 71. That's Keith Long out of Gaithersburg, Maryland. If we could just get this. Please work with me here.
His life flashed before his eyes.
It had to have. So we're going to have to try to go manual mode here with the VHS rewind.
Chris, I'm sorry. There's no way I could have avoided that.
For some reason, some of these collisions, these incidences are not triggering
Oh, I know, man.
in our black box here as they should.
I had to wait on somebody before I could get over my.
It's given us a little bit of a hard time here on the replay side of things this evening. While we try to cue this up, we're going to go a step aside. Quick commercial break. We'll be right back here with all the high flight, high octane action right here on Redline Racing Network. Stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a Rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations. Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all for $24.99 a month. And we just released individual subscriptions for $14.99 a month for each NASCAR vehicle. We also just added a Rallycross program, and our IndyCar program is taking off as well. So come join the weird side. We have speed and cookies. Cookies are not included in some locations.
Race fans, welcome back to Daytona. And Keith Long is about to serve the Don't Stain Your Ride Use Tide moment of the race with this one. Look what happened to Keith Long here just moments ago as it pops off in front of him. And as the smoke clears, you have a howitzer tornadoing 72. Gets by the skin of his teeth. Keith Long with the near miss of the race. The Don't Stain Your Ride Use Tide Award goes to you, Keith. And that's also a way to just keep on making sure you're vibing on the racetrack. When you got a little extra luck, lady luck on your side, I have no idea how that was so close. We now cycle back to the live action here as we get into the later stages of this opening race for the Sunday Night Cup Series. Green flag back in the air here once again as Keith Long survives to fight another day. by the width of a few sheets of...
He was about a half a foot from not continuing his day.
A couple of sheets of toilet paper, if you ask me. That was close. He probably needs some after that. Someone send the Charmin rep down to him after this race. You know, the later we get into this race, the wilder and crazier the storylines become. So we're now back up to speed. Dylan Banks from out of North Carolina, 23-year-old iRacer. We appreciate you being here.
See that top plane about 10 car lengths back. They're starting to form.
I didn't even want to talk about it. Look who's leading them. I'm just going to pop that graphic, and that way they know at home, and I don't do any more broadcasters cursing to these guys.
And he has his hands full.
McCorkle bringing the biscuits. As he serves them into the corner, he's still hooked up to him. This is how you make time in the next gen. You have to be 100% committed to the push gridlock, or it's even through the corners. And DJ, look at the ground they are making up.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little more side draft, and I think that's why they're not gaining as quickly as they should be. But they're getting there, regardless.
Yeah, that side draft, especially, you know, that second or third car in line, is that not only checks up that bottom lane, but helps you get that surge back to that car leading. Can really make some strong gains there as well. There it goes a little bit. Okay, the 9's starting to side draft a little bit there. Not that Keith Long needs anyone else up close and personal to him after what just happened out there on the racetrack. But the beast has been unleashed. And someone with the name like Mr. Rogers is taking story time back up here to the front.
Now, does anyone else dip their toes in the water? Do they test that outside lane? Here they come. They're up to fourth.
I bet you Samuelson pulls out here. Oh, Kavaja Holt's going to stall him.
If you're going to do it now.
Man, I thought for certain Samuelson was going to go to the high side of the racetrack there. But he stays committed to the cause on the bottom. Rogers still doing everything he can, and he's got all the help in days.
He's going to have one more shot to go to the top.
You know what they don't have in that outside lane? They don't have Paul Hill.
You got that right. Here they come.
The freight trains.
Now, if you're the 70, what do? Caution's out.
Caution out on the racetrack just as it was getting good in the neighborhood at the front.
There's a car sitting in the middle of 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's never a good thing. Take a look here at the turns 3
Oh, Mike McConville.
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that car is rolling, though. Let's take a closer look at it here. It looks to be okay. Left front's good. Right rear looks all right. Let's check the other side. Not seeing anything too major. Perhaps he just got dumped and did the slide for life and was able to keep it off. Anything solid. Going to cost McConville there some track position, unfortunately. But you hate to see that, you know. And I know I've said that a few times tonight, but, you know, it's Daytona. You know, everyone has this mindset that, hey, it's not going to be like last year, that I got as good of a shot if he had a bad season. You know, I have as good of a shot here as anyone else, and you're highly optimistic. And when you get dumped like that or something happens, it's easy to derail your, that spirit, especially if you're coming off of, a lackluster campaign. You want to try to get to a high point and try to ride that wave. Oh my God. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. My cat is doing, hold on. I am sorry, folks. I cannot breathe right now.
Is your cat doing cartwheels on your face or something?
No. Oh. This is Tony Trapasso 2.0, I swear to God. Back to the Moonshiners Racing League when his cat did the same thing to him. I am not kidding. Oh.
What is going on? Oh.
SBD. Oh my. DJ, you got to take this one for a moment, buddy. I got to move.
Oh.
Anybody want a cat?
No, I'm good.
Oh, and I'm not trying to oversell this. It is extremely hard to eat. Oh, that is so ripe.
Did your cat fart in your face?
Pretty much. I always know when Tony's looking down on you, and it's things like this, and I swear it happened. I have the clip on my YouTube channel. Oh, this is horrible.
Sounds like it's about time for
We'll have...
Don't Stay in Your Ride, Use Tide.
Well, they have a pet version. Oh, I'll just, you know what? Nah, forget the Tide. I just want the...
Febreze.
Yeah, something. This Logan Giesbrecht. Oh, I can't even talk. I can't even make... This is bad. From Rockwood, Ontario. So to stay out there on the racetrack in the 39 ride, Paul Hill. The guy you want doing the push it. There's a couple...
He's in the outside lane.
Well, we know he is fast in both modes. You asked that, pardon me, folks. You asked that question earlier. Can that car be just as good out in front? And I think the answer there is yes. And now...
Just got to stay there.
And then beast mode now becoming more like feast mode. As Rogers has gotten his lap back. Now in third inside the podium. Wild what just a couple laps can do for you. Now back in that fourth place position into the top five. Chris Davis is in ninth. We know how fast that Toyota was prior to that lick on the racetrack. Does that car still have that same charisma? We're going to find out here. Can I please get some oxygen over here? My gosh. It's like that song, Do You Have to Let It Linger? Lights go out on that iRacing.com pace car here once again. DJ, you got to see a couple of these restarts now. Which lane you liking? Which pairing do you think is going to be the victor here on this one?
I think the 00 and 6. I think they're going to go. We've seen both of those cars can push very good.
They certainly can. And then they're going to be trying to take on these brick.
We're just outside of 30 laps to go, so, I mean, I don't think you're saving fuel anymore.
No, not anymore. This is all or nothing. The 39, red lights, but that's okay. The train is coming back to him.
Too far out.
And Rogers is going to bail him out here. And he's just going to stick right to the 6.
Usually when you do that, you get chewed up and spit out.
That's what I was thinking when you said that. But Rogers kind of does him a favor. and just points the bumper right to the rear, the business end of that Mustang, and he takes him for a ride up to speed as that bottom lane. And look,
whoa, they're about to, oh.
They're doing the bob and weave as Chris Davis is now back to fifth.
I was just about to say, look who's coming. They got that high route fixed, don't they?
They clearly do. He's driving with a lot of confidence out there right now. And not that, Chris Davis would try to ever make you think something else than what you may want you to think on a broadcast interview, but I can tell he still had a lot of confidence in his voice. He didn't sound very dejected. Should the right things happen on the racetrack, and they have for at least the 44 and the 74, they have another shot at this thing. And they are clearly back to form here to where they were earlier in this race. Another lap comes off the board, working lap 168 of the scheduled 200. And DJ, as you like to say, we're back to single file, ripping the bottom of the racetrack. Let's check back in with the YouTube.com live chat. OG saying, let's go hunt. Ken Bryson saying, rooting for my best bud, Mike McConville in the 8. Great pick. And that was a driver that got bit by the bad luck bug. As he's on the recovery drive.
He got caught up in that wreck, but his car looks okay now.
It does.
Look, he's making a move.
Ken, there you go.
Nobody's going to go with him. Does anybody go? He's got 50 coming, it looks like.
Hey, Ken, I'm going to be true to my word. If you guys showed up in the live chat, you shouted out a driver, we'll go ahead and give them some extended coverage. So let's go ahead.
There it is. He's got help. Whoa, we're on the apron. The 66. Yellow's out.
Caution out. Well, as that caution does come out, I will get back to you. You have my word. We'll get you some more extended coverage there of your favorite driver. As cars get set to the apron here. Ken Ron jumped to the pits. What happened with the 33? Oh, he locked it down, came to a hard stop and said, that's it, I've had enough.
Yeah.
Wouldn't necessarily call that rage quitting, but clearly a lot of frustration there out of the 33 camp, and I get it. Logan Giesbrick showing the way. Sean Rogers up to second. The 44 not done, looking for more. Banks, Jeff Carson, Seabiscuit, the top 5. Under caution here at Daytona. We have to step aside one more time and take care of our partners and obligations. When we come back, we're going to have all-out coverage all the way until the checkered flag, post-race, and more right here on Redline Racing Network. We'll be back momentarily. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. And we're muted, buddy. Coming back on a hard break is green flag back in the air on the racetrack. And back to it here at the broadcast side of things in the booth. Matt and DJ top side with you guys for the entirety of this race. Happy to be here. As DJ, you can see the intensity really starting to pick up on the racetrack now.
Yeah, your control car on that restart 39 didn't go. It looked like he missed a shift or something, and that jacked everybody up. But look at the 21 pushing the 82 on the outside.
That's Diego Rodriguez.
And don't look too far back, the 74 is back.
Chris Davis. Beast mode going feast mode now is, I'll tell you, that when he got that lap back, you could just see how that kind of just rekindled and resparked him. Hold on to it, my boy. Holy hell. Did you see that move?
Big block.
You know, when you don't watch these guys race for a couple months, and then you get back to it, you got to get readjusted to just how they do business out there on the racetrack. I mean, they do it, you know, they get away. I shouldn't say get away. They do it just a little bit better. They're able to get that much closer. And typically what you may see in other broadcasts or other action you cover that translates into a big-time yellow flag incident. Not necessarily always the case here at SNN. There's yet another up-close and personal moment there on the racetrack. This outside lane doing everything they can to try to generate some heat, some steam on the top shelf of the racetrack here.
Oh, we got somebody spinning in the back. Somebody else is in the wall. No yellow.
That's going to be the Red Bull Rocket, Timothy Cook there. Going to get a piece of the fence. Oh, Michael Witt involved again. The knocks keep on coming to the 88. Uh-oh. There's a driver dialing up a bead out of the back of the 88 here. I thought maybe...
Whoa, somebody's on the apron going into one.
Another car.
Oh, he saved it.
Another
what a save.
We got cars doing things they're not supposed to be doing, happening all over the racetrack. It's a byproduct of the intensity picking back up here with just 25 laps to go. John Wilco trying to get back up to speed as well in that 62 machine. Is Sean Rogers to the point. Amanda Price probably having a meltdown as her man. Now leads.
Weren't we just talking about him early in the race being a lap down? And this is why you don't give up.
Thank you.
This is why you stay in the fight, no matter what. Big wreck.
Big wreck. Caution on the racetrack. Diego Rodriguez.
What in the...
No.
Oh, man.
You can already see there the back of that Mustang down onto the flatlands there. The left side's completely or across the double yellow there. This ain't going to be good. Comes back up out of the... Oh, man. Cavaggio.
That's one of the fastest cars out of the race.
Cavaggio Holt once again snake bitten at Daytona. Running probably one of the best races I've seen him run over my time here in SNN. Was very competitive at the front, had great speed. And once again finds himself...
The 21's in it.
Yeah, Diego Rodriguez as well.
Oh, that's two of our fastest cars.
Roll this back. Three-way gone wrong once again. And, Diego happened to be just downstairs below in the basement there. Cavaggio's going to get turned across the face of that ZL1 Camaro, and then he's going to get sent packing into the safer barrier and shellac the wall. Now the 21's going to almost back it up the racetrack. Ooh, get skinny. That Spot 5 sponsored machine gets by and holy did you see that? Gavaji almost had a double dose here, DJ. Watch this. Just went bad for him. How much worse could it possibly get? Well, let's jump on board with him. Watch that Diego, watch that Domino's machine. Bring in the delivery. And it's not pizza in this case. Where there's smoke, there's probably a car. Look, crash avoidance deployed. Are you serious?
Wow.
That was even closer. I didn't think it was possible than the one earlier with the 50. This is about as good of
that
as
tells me the 00 steering is okay.
yeah, his steering's all right. His race suit probably isn't after
His
that
car-
one.
His right side's pancaked, but his steering's all right. So, well,
He almost got used. He almost got treated like a redheaded stepchild, point blank in broad daylight. Not once, but twice in the matter of seconds there. Sometimes a situation that the 00 finds himself in more often than he would like to. You have a good run going like that, and you're putting it all together. That's just why it's the great equalizer also for a reason too. You do a lot of different things right, and then it just takes one thing to not go your way. But then there is the other side of it, as you're seeing here with Sean Rogers, who is doing something that I am not going to say he's doing right now, but I'm sure you guys at home know what I'm alluding to. As Rogers and Amanda and Price know why I am not going to announce that, as the last time I did that did not end well.
uh-oh.
Yeah, I have a thing with invoking the broadcaster's curse with Rogers like no one other. Jeff Carson, another driver here that the Black Angel of Death has not paid a visit to on the racetrack yet tonight. He always has speed, always has a great car, and always takes a Wile E. Coyote-inspired Acme rocket to the face one way or the other. Well, more oftentimes than not, but not tonight. Carson up 26 positions. Good for that second place position. Banks in the 70. Don't forget about him. Logan Giesbrick, Dead Slayer, the Mad Pusher, Paul Hill, and 6, Chris Davis. There as well, Tanner Marty, Ryan Samuelson, McCorkle, and DJ, look who's back in P9. Or excuse me, P10, Mike McConville. As we get ready to go back to it all over again here, another restart. It's going to be Sean Rogers, your leader on the inside lane. The mad scientist or speed shop expert Jeff Carson on the high lane. There's another guy that knows how to tune these next gens really well. Then in row number 2, you're going to have Logan Giesbrick, Dylan Banks. Then you got Davis and Paul Hill. All racked, stacked, ready to rock and roll. Let's do it one more time here. Barney's got the green flag in the air. Sean Rogers is going to give it the business. Back up the sequential shifter. What a power move there by Carson to get down behind Rogers.
That 9 wasted no time getting behind Sean Rogers.
0. And you know what? If he probably would have waited or hesitated just a little bit, he wouldn't have had enough real estate to work with, to be fair. You got to be decisive with these moves. here at these restrictor plate races, it's when you hesitate, when you start to make a move and you hesitate, even if necessarily you might be going to the wrong lane. Don't abort on that movement. That's when it comes up and it bites you in the muffler.
Oh, big move from the 6. Also from the 70.
Not that these cars have mufflers, but you get the point. Talking about Paul Hill there, up to second, Slayson and Dyson. Under 20 laps to go now in the season opener. Oh, 3 wide. Mike McConville.
Oh, they just sucker hold the 8 car.
They sucker hold Mike, and he almost got door punched as well. As the 8 now receives a one-way ticket. Let's see if he can slide in. He does. He gets down to the bottom, DJ. He did not get sent all the way to the back. As we go single file here once again. The first 5.
That might not be the worst case here. The top lane is falling apart.
It's not. Got a couple lone soldiers on the high side of the racetrack. Ryan Samuelson there as well in the 81. Chris Claude becoming a part of this conversation. The deeper we get into this race, there he is. Knocking on the door of the top 10 as he runs behind Keith Logg.
The 8 got back up to the top lane.
Mike's feeling it on the high side of the racetrack. A lot of these drivers really starting to make some big-time moves.
Now, what does the 74 Chris Davis do here? Does it go to the top?
I think right now, given the cars that he has in front of him, that being Carson, Rogers, Paul Hill, and Banks, I think he's...
Oh, they're scampering away.
Exactly. They're going to turn and burn. Now, if they start to feel some pressure from that high side or see a run get generated up there, I think Davis would naturally try to go to that high lane, but given the company he has right now on the bottom...
Oh, they checked up.
Yeah, that was Rod.
Big run coming. Big run coming.
No movement out of Davis yet. He's going to stay committed to the cause on the bottom.
Looks like the 29 backed out of it. He had a huge run.
Yeah, Tanner Marty had some smoke rolling, that's for sure.
Everybody's getting back to the bottom. I think they're going to try to click away some laps here to the end.
Yeah, probably try to keep this green now that we're back up to speed here. And again, this is really the top. Chris Claude's in that 13th place position. Aaron Mack, the 31. Oh, little check up there. You see the cars bouncing off of each other. It's going to be the top 18 cars with Diego Rodriguez in this pack. Then you got to go back to Steve Herring here and Rich Jett. They rounded the top 20 as they try to form back up and create one or a bigger lead draft here. As we're back to ripping conveyor belt style along the bottom here at Daytona. Diego Rodriguez down below the double yellow line again. As he gets it back up onto the racing surface. And look at the three-way tandem draft there. All 3 of those cars, DJ had bumpers locked.
I've been watching that the past 10 laps. Yellow's out.
And as DJ just said, this changes everything once again.
Oh, the 31's broke.
Oh, Aaron Mack got smacked again. He's been involved in this incident. Send it up to the eye in the sky via the chopper cam.
It looked like just a big checkup.
That's what I saw too, and that's what my initial instinct was that, but you always like to be certain, and you can see it right there, folks.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Got a little bit of the death wobble, and then almost had it back straight, and then car trying to come back up that got sent down there. A little bit of additional contact there, and the 31 lays to rest. Way off the preferred lane.
Yeah, they're going to hook that one up to a tow truck. It looked like he broke both rear toe links.
Yeah, that car was not moving.
He could not go anywhere.
He could not. The engine would rev. It would not move with those toe links broken. We now cycle back to the live side of things once again here as we are getting into the final moments, the final laps of this race. Grandma's sitting next to me. She's got her life alert in one hand, Kernel Free popcorn in the other. She's vibing, cheering on the 44 as she always does. Paul Hill's in the conversation. Rogers, Carson, Davis, Tanner Marty, all the stars that you would think of. And some of the names that you'd expect here to be at the front at Daytona are here. Jeff Carson continues to put together a complete package here with, quite frankly, no bad voodoo being done on him this race, and it shows because he is in fourth with a clean-looking race car. Mike McConville is still on the recovery. He's inside the top 10. Samuelson, 12th. Chris Claude, 13th. Rich Jett, Steve Herring, and John Wilco round out your top 18. Kavaja Holt once again ends in heartbreak for him, as that 00 was so good tonight, and gonna have to try and do it again next week. I'm telling you, DJ, when you have bad luck like that for a while, it starts to wear you down. It really does.
Yeah, I've experienced that before. It's gut-wrenching. It's hard to stay confident when you're just constantly caught up in BS that has nothing of your own doing.
I'll tell you what even makes that worse, and it's a good bad thing, but when you constantly, you can't finance a paper bag out there on the racetrack, and your teammates consistently perform well, and you're the one that's always just getting destroyed somehow, some way you never thought possible, that makes it sting that much worse. When you have the rest of your guys on your team out there performing, and you have good runs taken away from you, and you have to sit there all week long and look at those results and constantly get reminded of it, that makes it hurt that much more. And I guess it's all in how you interpret that, right? You can let that absolutely just crumble you internally, or you can use that as a motivational tool. It's really all about how you look at it, but I've been on both sides of those coins. I know you have too, DJ.
Oh, yeah.
Dylan Banks going to lead him back to green here. Is this going to be Chevrolet on Chevrolet? The bow tie is going to...
still on the pace car.
I thought those lights were out at one point in time. I don't think we got it. We added a lap to this.
Maybe these boys are just ready to go.
Oh, they've been ready. You can see how they're driving out there on the racetrack. They are ready. They are primed. Amanda Price saying, "This is amazing. I knew she would be absolutely lit right now," and she is. Ken Bryson saying, "A lot of wrecks today, more than I'm in. I can't even watch." Amanda, I agree with you, but I'm keeping my mouth shut. I promise. Appreciate all the loyal fans showing up here in the live chat. This broadcast would not be the same without you guys each and every Sunday night. I do thank you, and these drivers thank you. DJ, Dylan Banks, Paul Hill, they've been restart studs this whole race. At this point, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep doing what you're doing, right?
Yeah. Oh, what is going on the bottom here?
Ooh, a little extra. Someone has a different opinion about something here.
But yeah, back to your point. You just right now it's no mistakes. Get through the gears. You seen on the last restart we had the 39 didn't go, and that caused everybody to stack up. Just you you have to be perfect.
You really do. All phases, and that's what it takes to win here in the SNN Cup Series. You have to go out there, you have to put together a complete race, execute all phases. And here at, Talladega Daytona, a little bit of a blessing, a little extra help from Lady Luck goes a long way. And as you said earlier, DJ, you can't give up. You have to have that can-do mindset. And that couldn't be the case more for the 44 or the 74. As they are back in it, Rogers holding on to that podium spot. Chris Davis in 5th, Jeff Carson in 4th. Any of these drivers inside the top 20 can win this thing, as far as I'm concerned.
We haven't seen much three-wide racing.
Not yet.
Not yet. But the race is getting ready to start.
Yes. Oh, we've been racing. Just the featured event is getting ready to kick off here. Pace car leads
We're
that.
about to go into last chance qualifier mode.
LCQ mode. Engage in 3, 2, 1. Green flag back in the air. Banks back to the boogie. Here we go. Look for the big abrupt moves here at the point. Not yet. Not this time.
The 44's got help. He's got the help. The 70's not going to block. Whoa, the 6 right into the back of the 70. The 44 has all the help in the world.
Talk about getting the slam dance, as Rogers has help for days. Look,
he's there. He's there. He's clear. Oh! What a save! Hold on to it, buddy. Oh, no way he just saved that.
He saved it. He's still saving it.
What in the Sam hell did I just witness?
These guys are good. Scary good.
Oh, man.
It just happens. They just do it. That's all I know. I mean, we've tried to figure this out for a long time.
The 29 wanted in line, and the 44 just wagged his finger no.
He said, not in front of my race car. Hey, we're 9 laps to go. Give and take is out the window at this point. You're not lifting. You're not being nice. For some of these driver-hate teammates, even out the window. Right now, it's about me getting as many positions as possible and putting my number and my sponsors in victory lane with 9 laps to go.
I cannot believe that guy held on to that car. That was incredible. That was shades of Kyle Busch. What year was that? 09 or something?
Right around there, 09.
That is arguably the best save I've ever seen in iRacing, period.
I wish I got as good of a look at it as you did, DJ, as I was trying to bring the coverage back after you finished up more towards the front. But the part of it that I did see, good Lord.
I don't think we're done wrecking. We'll have to go back to it if we get a yellow.
And we will. But right now, man, I'll tell you what. You got Paul Hill doing the pushing. Dylan,
70's got to be careful. You see him washing up.
Yeah, you do. You can't. You don't want to do that while you're attached. Sean Rogers has got to be careful here too, so he doesn't get sandwiched in.
Look, you see how he's drifting up? You got to be careful. The 6 isn't going to let him back in every time.
I think the 44 is trying to breathe a little bit there too, though.
You You wanted to know if these boys were going to go 203 miles an hour into 3. 203.
203 in the next gen. You know what? For the fun of it, let's just put up the telemetry one more time here in the bottom right corner of the race broadcast, just to add a little more depth. We got Rogers' onboard telemetry, bottom right-hand corner. As it's Banks, Paul Hill, Sean Rogers, and Carson. Tanner Marty, your top 5. It's a single line at the speed of sound. Rip in the bottom here at Daytona. 2:01, 2:02 that time into the corner. Too soon to pull out now and make a move, DJ. But this front
I was
group...
just about to say, but it's getting down to crunch time here. 5 laps to go this time.
It is. Right now.
Chewing up the asphalt and spitting out the miles here at Daytona.
Yes, sir. DJ getting fired up. I love it. These drivers fired up. The fans fired up. When do you make the move? I mean, these guys are going so quick right now. I don't know if it's going to be a lot harder to generate a run when you're going this quick already. You're going to have to pull out a line and really...
I don't want to jinx them, but if I'm the 44, I'm right where I want to be. If the 6 makes a move, you're in the catbird seat. You go where you want to go, and you can go right around them.
It's almost like who makes the move first loses. Not every time, but a lot of the time. Now 199, 200 again. The 50 going to get out of the way up into the nosebleeds of the racetrack.
Nobody's wanted to try it yet. It's time to go now.
Well, it's time to go, but they know if they pull out and no one goes with them, their chances are, it could be over as far as winning goes.
Look, the 29's backing up.
Tanner Marty going to try to back up here to Chris Davis from Beast Mode Performance in that 74. That Camry was
just testing the water, trying to see how big of a run he can get.
That too, but you don't want to necessarily show your hand.
Look, they're all backing up. Oh my goodness! Look at the.
You can't back up to everybody. That's just gonna. Oh, that's never. Go ahead.
Oh, look! Oh my goodness! You don't want to get that far out in front. When you see them backing up like that, you have got to back up to them. You got to back up with them.
You have to, because if you don't, it's you're gonna get chewed up and spit out. But when
Chris Martin leading the outside now.
Tanner Marty
the 44 goes to the outside. What does the 74 do? 2 laps to go.
Popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go from Daytona to close out the season opener. We are 2 lanes fast and furious.
44 with the monster run. He's going to take the lead.
44 dials it up from the heavens, has it set to kill, and look who is pushing him. The 74 of Davis and Ryan Samuelson.
They're going to take it to the top here around the lap car.
What a move. What a call there by Rogers to take it to the high side. If you're going to beat us, you're going to have to go below us.
White flag at Daytona. One more time, we're wrecking.
They made it to the line.
Left, though. We're racing back.
We're racing back. Checkers or wreckers, baby. What is it going to be? It's Beast Mode Performance. They were behind the 8 ball here, snake bitten, but they stayed in it. They put up the good fight. And now they are showing out on the racetrack as they are 1-2. Ryan Samuelson in tow in 3rd. And they're going to try.
Here it is. There goes the 81. The 44 is going to block. He goes to the bottom.
How did they all make it down to the bottom? The 6 is pushing the 81.
The 44 has got to be perfect here. He's going to go high.
Davis up to block the run.
Sean Rogers is going to do it. Sean Rogers wins at Daytona.
Sean Rockin' Rogers is going to get redemption at Daytona. as he puts together perfect laps with the help of his teammates, Ryan Samuelson, Paul Hill, in a juggernaut battle of the ages, and Rogers rocks it at Daytona. What a call, DJ. Awesome job, brother. What a drive.
Unbelievable. And just like we said earlier, that is why you don't give up.
That
is
is
unbelievable.
That's how you drive. Darn right. That's why you don't give up, man. Sean Rogers going to take the checkered flag here. And I think the bigger story here, DJ, what a team effort from these guys. Chris Davis.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Sean Rogers, I am ordering roses for the 74. Send him a box of chocolates.
I think he already sent some chocolates, actually. Is here we go. Rogers going to burn the house down. I wish I had a feed and way to talk to Amanda Price as she's going off in the chat. LFG. Amanda, congratulations. Rogers Nation, you guys got yourself a win. Get rid of the telemetry box and DJ. I know about you. I need a moment to catch my breath. I'm sure you do. As SNN delivers once again. And that's why it's at the top of the broadcast. It's the best sim racing in prime time on Sunday night. You can count on it. As we now get ready to transition here to post-race coverage on Redline Racing Network. Going to get some graphics reset as we get ready to interview our top three and final remarks and thoughts from Daytona. We'll be back in 30 seconds with post-race coverage right here. Stick around.
Here at TWRS, we're always here to help our squad when they need a little push in the right direction. That's just who we are. We're a beautifully diverse group of goofballs dedicated to driving fake race cars as fast as possible. And we continue to push each other to the front using the power of nonsense. We have one of the strongest NASCAR programs on the service, and you can access it all.
Welcome back to Daytona. International Speedway is beast mode. Has officially gone beast mode. Sean Rogers, the victor, but couldn't do it without the help of Chris Davis, Ryan Samuelson, Paul Hill, all in an all-or-nothing war on the racetrack to end this one on a high-level thriller. As we now transition here to post-race coverage, brought to you by Black Magic Team Watson Racing Setup and GTR Simulator. So we now get ready to talk to our podium finishers this evening, as we'll do throughout the course of the season. Taking a look there at Rogers. New colors, no new look, and a trophy to go along with it. Giving these drivers a chance to talk with their fans, their friends, their teams. DJ, what did you think of the finish of that race? And now do you see what I was talking about? Do you see the excitement, the awesomeness that is SNN?
Yeah, 100%.
I knew you would love it, man. You just had to see it for yourself. And getting ready here to talk to our podium place finishers. Joining us now from Beast Mode Performance, the Biscuit, kick the Trisket there at the end. Chris Davis, you got a copy, my man.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what, Chris, all we had to do was talk to you. You're like a race whisperer out there. You just said, hey, we just got to get our guys back in contention. Shortly after that conversation, here they are, here you are. Man, I'm going to do this a little differently. The floor is yours. How were you able to mount such a charge when the stakes were against you? And walk me through the end of that race. What was that like from your perspective? Congratulations on a second place finish.
First off, I gotta gotta give props to Kenny Capola for this TWRS Team Watson racing setup. He builds some of the fastest sets out there, so props to him. I mean, the Toyota was just, I told you in that one interview that it was moving, and we kind of got lined back up, got the lap back after speeding on pit road, got the lap back, got myself in position up there with Parson and Rogers, and seen the line coming on the outside, jumped up there. I hate it for Carson because he tried to move up, but I was getting shoved so far or so hard from behind, I couldn't line it up, so I had to jump to his outside. Luckily, Rogers got up there with me, and from then on, I don't know that I looked in the windshield. I was just watching the mirror. I saw Ryan coming. He's always quick. He's super good, so props to him, but I don't know how fast we were coming out of 4, but I know there's about 4 cars locked onto each other.
Yeah.
I told Sean just hold it to the bottom. I was with him till we got to the tri-oval, and coming to the tri-oval, I knew I didn't have a run, but I at least wanted to take a shot, so I pulled out. But like I said, I mean, it's a ton of work with these B&P guys. Beast Mode, just every week they put it in, so big props to all of them.
Thank you for the excellent analysis and breakdown, Chris Davis. And, I can attest to the hard work you guys put in. It is a privilege to be over there with you guys and Team Watson and see all the hard work that you guys put in each week and how much you guys have helped me as well. And for you guys to go out there and perform like this and rebound the way that you did in this race and didn't let adversity stare you in the face says a lot about the character and a lot about the belief that you guys have in your system. And a heck of a job, man, all around. I mean, before I cut you loose, who do you want to thank who helps you get it done on the 74?
Of course, the B&P, the Beast Mode guys, Team Watson, Ram Fabrication and Welding, got them on the hood, so big props to them. You guys up here, I know you didn't have to put this broadcast on, so we appreciate it, and, Chris for having the league.
Well, there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Davis lives up to the name. Beast Mode was absolutely that, and a hell of a lot more at the end as they score a 1-2 finish. Chris Davis with an excellent drive, a lot of speed and determination and grit at the end, comes across the line, P number 2. He'll take that and the momentum in the next week. Thank you for joining us up here in the Tony Trapassa Memorial booth, bud.
Appreciate you guys.
And that is the driver of the 74. We're going to go ahead and put Chris back down in the broadcast waiting room. Up next, your race winner joining us now in the Tony Trapassa Memorial broadcast booth, Sean Rockin' Rogers. Welcome to 2025. A new look, a revamped ride, and a P1 big-time win, and your girl was going absolutely ballistic in the live chat. How were you able to put together just a flawless last couple laps of this race? You had great speed all race long, but at one point in time, it didn't seem like it was going your way, and yet here you are. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, it was a hell of a run. Extremely happy to win a 500. But it was an up and down day, and for a minute there, I didn't know if we were gonna what kind of a race we were gonna have. I ended up a lap down because of a stupid mistake on the pits. But yeah, we ended up like you said, I had a really good car, and I was able to drive up to the front, and everything broke my way there at the end.
That's a great point. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck to go your way, as well as having a stout, bad, fast race car, which you absolutely did. Did you think when you guys were all trying to collectively do that four-way tandem draft, I mean, my broadcast partner, DJ, was losing his mind. He definitely got his welcome to SNN moment right there, for sure. And I'm going to turn it over to hear him. He can talk to you here in a second. Did you think you were going to all be able to collectively hold that together to the checkered flag?
Yeah, I had ultimate trust in my teammate Chris was behind me, and big shout out to him. Without him, I would not have been able to win. But I knew the cars behind me. I knew Dylan and Paul. I think were there for
Yes,
most
sir.
of the time, and I trusted all of them because you can push 4 or 5 cars deep if you have, four. Those guys, know what they're doing. So those guys definitely do. So yeah, I definitely trusted it, and yeah, it worked out.
It certainly did. I got worried there for a moment. It seemed like Chris was going to get shoved, hot dog out of the bun style, but he kind of made an alternate move, and it worked out great for you guys. And nonetheless, here you are. Congratulations on kicking off the 2025 campaign with a big-time, prime-time win. DJ, I'm going to turn it over to you. Sean Rogers is all yours, buddy.
So, me and Matt were talking about you early in the race. We were trying to figure out what was going on with you. We didn't know that you had a penalty, but talk me through how big of an emotional roller coaster it was to be fighting for your life pretty much in the beginning, and now sitting in victory lane.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely a roller coaster race. It's you just got to stick with these races, especially with knowing the stage breaks, and that's when I got my lap back at the beginning of the second stage. But yeah, it sucked. I had my fuel set for a green flag stops, and I never adjusted it. So I came out of the pits with only 13 laps of fuel to start the stage. So that's what kind of I had to pit for fuel. But yeah, it's just resiliency, just staying with it. It did look bleak, but I was just going to try to get as much as I could out of it, and it turns out I got quite a bit out of it.
Yeah, you did incredible, keeping your chin down, staying in it, and look where you're at now. But
Yeah.
how does it feel to win at Daytona, especially a 500? I've never won one of those.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, obviously is one of the biggest races of the year, and gets me in the playoffs. First week, 1 week, 1 win, and it's a great way to start the season. And I couldn't be happier.
So what does this do for you moving forward? Do you enter the next however many races left with confidence, or how are you feeling?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna try to put as many win stickers on this car as we possibly can. It's so this is definitely a good start. We'll get ready to get back at it another draft track next week.
All right, well, congratulations. That was awesome watching you drive from the back there, and I'm gonna turn you back to Matt.
DJ, thank you for the interview. And again, Sean, what a drive. What a show you guys put on for Beast Mode Performance. Congratulations on the win. Go check out Amanda. Make sure she's still breathing, because she was leading the charge, bringing it in the YouTube.com live chat. So all around good things for Sean Rogers related. Best of luck to you. Look forward to speaking to you next week. We'll see how it goes, my man.
That was good. I appreciate it. I want a quick shout out to Amanda. When I cross the finish line, I just hear somebody screaming in my living room. So that's always cool to have her support. Shout out to everybody at BMP, especially on, here in this team and that are not in this league. And a special shout out to Chris. Without him pushing me there at the end, wouldn't have been able to win. So yeah, shout out to all those guys.
Well, there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Rogers goes from feast and it becomes a famine. Even when the burning of the midnight oil was not in his favor, he did not give up. He did not quit. He got a break, got that car back in position, and Beast Mode did exactly that. Feast Mode on the racetrack. 1-2 finish for them. Ultimately, Sean Rogers getting the victory, but without the help of Chris Davis, may have not been that way. He kind of won that race just as much as Sean did. They get a 1-2 finish. Thank you for joining me up here in the booth, brother. You have a great rest of your evening.
Appreciate it, guys.
Go ahead and put him back down in the broadcast waiting area. So that's 2 down.
Common sense would have told me this is a mock cup series, so it would have been, 40 races?
DJ, you're good, buddy.
Brain fart.
Look, it happens. When you watch racing like that, it's, you just want more. You don't even necessarily want to go to this portion of the broadcast. You want to watch him just keep racing like it's 3 laps to go. But 2 down, 1 to go. That leaves our third place finisher this evening, Joining me now up in the Tony Trapassa Memorial broadcast booth, driver of the 81, the Rocket, Ryan Samuel. You got a copy?
I do, sir. Good to hear your voice again, Matt.
You as well. Good to see you out there in competition. Ryan, another plate track, another killer performance, all-around solid qualifying effort. Your car had good speed all night long. You made and executed on pit road when you needed to. What could you have done differently, maybe to challenge those beast mode cars in the closing laps? Ultimately, though, a third-place finish, a great way to start the season.
Yeah, great. Thanks to Matt Gaskins for asking me to fill in for him tonight. So I appreciate it. It was fun. Would have been probably my first year in this league not being able to run the Daytona race. Had not sent me a message to ask and run for him. So I appreciate shout out to him as well for letting me run for him today. To answer the question though, I don't know. I got the run off of like on the back stretch from 10th place on lap 198 and just kind of let rip. I was hoping when I got to Chris Davis for coming out of the final stretch, after I kind of realized they were teammates, I'm like, okay, maybe I can shove Davis through Marty and just kind of wreck them both. But they had some skill and were able to correct it, and I wasn't able to wreck them. And I don't think with two teammates in front of you like that who race respectful of each other and don't typically like kind of won't sacrifice for that. I wasn't gonna do anything with them, unfortunately. Just get them a little looser off the corner, unfortunately. So that's the only thing I could really do there.
I mean, in the words of the great Intimidator, you just tried to rattle their cage a little bit. Try to maybe just cause a little momentum. But like you said, they had it answered. They have it covered. But ultimately, even with that being said, I mean, you had to be flawless this evening. You had to execute. You had to stay out of the carnage on the racetrack. I mean, was it shocking at all out there just how fast it would transition from, everything being calm, a single lane dominant racetrack, and then all of a sudden it was like the switch flipped and you had multiple cars getting stuffed into the fence in the blink of an eye at times out there this evening?
I mean, I've raced against these people for a while, and I raced against a lot of these people, so you kind of know the ebbs and flows, and you have the expectation. You kind of game plan. That's why I feel like me, Paul, and Chris were able to game plan that really well, and notice how we all finished up there. We just had a sense of this expectation, of kind of a plan.
Well said.
How to go about it. And I mean, it's a Daytona race. You're gonna have your ebbs and flows. Like, it wasn't a flawless night. A flawless night would have probably been a couple extra spots. You got a point where you get shuffled in the back a little bit, you lose that front pack, but you get caught up with the stages, and you have to gradually work your way up there. I mean, I think this summer race, I worked my way from 40th to the win. So I mean, there's always room to improve with that kind of thing. So yeah.
That's what I was referencing when I brought you into the broadcast booth. That performance that past season, man, that was legendary. That 40th place starting spot, that race that you ran there. And, this had shades and it looked familiar to that throughout the course of this race here tonight. But it's like you said, you guys, seasoned veterans in this league, you had a game plan. You knew what you needed to do, and you guys were able to go out there and execute. And ultimately, great runs for you and your teammates as well as you come home third. Ryan, before I cut you loose, the floor is yours. Who do you want to thank? Who helps you get it done on the 81?
Thanks to Matt Gaskins for letting me get to fill in for a spot. Run More, brick and mortar store, run specialty store based out of Westminster, Maryland. Use code Run More for 10% off your fresh pair of running shoes at checkout on our website. That's runmore.com. Shout out to all of our partners, Hoka, Ultra, Brooks, New Balance, all those brands that we work with. It's been a blast. Top 50 store of 2024, so for Run Specialty. So, and you guys are putting on an excellent show. I can't wait to go back and watch. I love listening to that race you mentioned. I did go back and watch that race as like a film study tonight, earlier today, just to kind of see what I need to do. Love listening to you guys. So,
Ryan, we appreciate that. Always a pleasure to talk to you up here in the booth. And always fun to watch you just let it rip and do your thing at these plate tracks. You always go next level when we go under the lights here in prime time, and you did not disappoint here this evening. Big shout out to Matthew Gaskins, his team, his sponsors, and once again, Ryan Samuelson has all the right moves at the right time, a bad fast car to go along with it, and he's going to kick off a limited season in SNN competition with a podium finish. Thanks for your time, Ryan. Look forward to speaking with you again soon, buddy.
Appreciate it. Good to hear from you guys.
You too. Go ahead and move him back down to the broadcast waiting room. And DJ, that is a wrap. Welcome to Sunday Night NASCAR and listening to your real-time reactions to some of this racing out there on the racetrack. That was a lot of fun, and I can tell you enjoyed every lap out there being up here in the booth. Final thoughts from you as you got to close out and be with me 100% of the way here throughout this 200-lap event.
Absolutely bananas. That's what I'm going to say. And I'm going to add on the last guy's interview, that sounded more like Tony Stewart when he said he'd wreck his mama to win a championship. Not the Intimidator. Tony Stewart.
No, you're right, that too, but I was talking in the sense of rattling the cage, you know.
Yeah.
I love Ryan Samuelson and his absolute unfiltered honesty. You know, he's gonna call it like it is, and he's gonna own it. And, you know, just love the effort from him, and a lot of people wouldn't come into the broadcast booth and say that, but everyone knows that's probably really what's going on behind the scenes. And you just got to tip the hat to Samuelson for coming up here and just calling it like it is. Extra props and respect to him.
It's awesome when you have personality.
And we got a lot of it here in this SNN Cup Series. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap. Race 1 officially in the books. Sean Rogers gets the win. Chris Davis comes home second. And Samuelson, filling in for Matthew Gaskins, going to get himself a third-place finish as they round out your podium. Before we cut the lights off for this evening, let's go ahead and pull up the final results here. Again, want to thank all of you for joining us along for the ride here tonight and being a part of the action, the broadcast, right here on Redline Racing Network. And a big shout out to Dave Regal for joining us here momentarily at the top of the show for his closing thoughts and sharing with us his feelings about him moving on to new ventures on SRM, new opportunities, and reliving some of his best moments and everything that he means to SNN. You can tell from his voice that you guys meant the world to him, and hopefully we'll see him back here sooner than later. You never know what the future may hold. I'll say that again. As we get ready to go ahead and look at the final results here tonight, you've already heard from our top three. That should be up on the big screen now. Rogers, your winner. Chris Davis, Ryan Samuelson. The Dead Slayer, Mad Paul Hill, comes home fourth. Dylan Banks rounds out your top five. Custer, Carson, Diego Rodriguez, Logan Giesbrick, Tanner Marty. And the 29 is good for that 10th place finish. Mike McConville in the 8th is going to come home 11th, while Popino is going to cross the line in 12th. The 62 of John Wilco, one of the Pennsylvania boys, going to come home 13th, while Timothy Cook going to sneak the top 15 in that 14th place position. Godzilla, good solid effort for him as he comes home, running out that 15th place position. Newdemaker in the 56th, 16th place across the line. Steve Herring, Keith Long, going to round out your top 18. Ken Rod's going to come home 20th. Chris Claw, the HMFIC in the 10 Monster Machine, going to finalize this race in that 21st place position. Tyler Hunter, the 48, good for that 24th. Well, Rob Besaw, going to round out your top 25. Jonas Michael Witt, Tate Hodison, Aaron Mack, and Ron Fitting. That's your top 30. All these cars one lap down or more. Dalton Mobley in the 31 had a fast car early, just ultimately got caught up in the wrong stuff out there on the racetrack. Matt Mack and Matt Cox. Richard Pruitt, that's your top 35. Alex Princeton, Rafael Rodriguez, John Crow Sr., Tony Meyering, and John Crawford round out your top 40, or the 40 drivers that took the initial green flag. Bennett Allen, I believe, race control duties, and myself up here in the booth trying to pick up where Dave Regal left off. And unfortunately, it's come to that point in time in the broadcast where all good things must come to an end. Got to thank all the fans, the partners, strategic alliance members, and ultimately you guys showing up each and every time we go live in prime time. Could not do it without you. The league appreciates you. The drivers appreciate you. Chris Claude for all the hard work that he does. And as the late, great Tony Trapasso used to say, as you walk down the road of life this week, don't play in traffic, and we'll see you next time right here on Redline Racing Network.